But the mind moves faster. This is not luck, this is discipline. Mind pillar. Take me higher tonight. Do it all, we're chasing the light. Crypto dreams and neon skies. We rise again, we never die.
Right, legends, welcome to another live stream. Remember to smash up that like button. As per the disclaimer, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm simply sharing with you how I approach and trade the markets from an educational and entertainment perspective only. Information provided might not be accurate. I encourage you to do your own research. Let's do this. Let's do this. Welcome, welcome, legends. Some of you it's early, for some of you it's late, but I'm going to be here for a while today. We're going to chat. You're going to get to know me. You can ask me any question you want because I can only analyze for so long, but I don't really have a plan for today, but I have not really analyzed the charts specifically because I want to do it live. Okay, I did share one scenario in the community this morning. Interesting area that I'm looking for along, and so maybe there's going to be some live trades. Okay, you guys are going to see how I trade, how I approach the markets, what I do during the day, And obviously I won't be able to do everything that I do every day, like go to gym, because I'm just going to leave you guys here all by your lonesome. Okay, so tomorrow I'll gym twice, or then tonight I'll take the dogs for a long walk just to get some exercise. So I might have to take some breaks. If I'm going to be here for 5 to 7 hours, I might have to take some breaks, make myself some food. I am prepared. I do have my water here. I have my famous smoothie. And I will talk about my smoothie a little later, because I have received a lot of questions from people saying, Dewald, what is that junk, that stuff that you drink sometimes in your live streams? And I will explain to you, to explain just from an interesting perspective. I will explain to everyone what I put in here and why I put it in there, and how long it took me to perfect this recipe that I take. And I call this the Trader Shake. This is the Trader's Smoothie, the Trader's Shake Smoothie, whatever. I need to give it a proper name. Okay, maybe the D Smoothie. Right, we're going to have fun here. Remember, guys, I will go through a lot of comments. So if you have any questions, let me know. I do want to say I am human, just like you. I don't know everything. Okay? You might be trading a trading strategy that I've never heard of, or do something or see something in the charts that I am not seeing. I'm only human. Okay? What makes me great, what I believe what makes me great, is not my technical analysis and how much I know or don't know. It's my risk management. Because it's my risk management that keeps me in the game. For me, it's about when I'm wrong, how little can I lose, because I'm going to be wrong. Not if I'm wrong, I'm going to be wrong lots of times. And when I'm wrong, how little can I lose? But when I'm right, how much can I make? And that is what makes me successful as a trader, not how much I know. Okay, I want to put that out there, guys. I don't know everything. And sometimes I highlight analysis, and then someone challenges me, and I love it when people challenge me. By all means, challenge me to say, the Dewald, you said this, but actually this. And I'm like, oh, I see what you mean. Okay. But I can tell you, even when I get it wrong, I lose a little bit. Okay. So remember to smash up that like button, guys. This is, okay, I'm not sure how much time you have available to watch this entire live stream, but I'm going to be here for a while. So you might pop in, pop out. Might get some new people popping here into the live stream. So I might repeat myself a lot during this time as well. So please bear with me. And let's see how it goes. My camera might die because this damn camera sometimes overheats because it's winter in South Africa. I do put my heater, my gas heater, yeah, it's right next to me. I do put my gas heater on just to heat up my office. And then when I do that, it overheats the camera. And then the camera needs about 10 minutes to find its feet. So you'll see my face, you won't see my face. You'll see my face, you won't see my face. So I'm just setting the scene for what's going to happen today. But most importantly, right, we're going to do, I'm going to do some analysis here on the price of Bitcoin and see, well, where is that next trading opportunity? Because price is at a level where I'm interested in a long. And I have discussed that yesterday in my live stream as well. So remember, guys, I am a day trader. I typically get in and out of a trade in a day. Most often, I must say, most often a day trade turns into a swing trade because I leave runners for my trades. So what I have done is yesterday I closed all my positions on all my accounts, and I'm going to start fresh today. Okay, I'm going to open up a nice little fresh trade. I closed that nice short that I was in on Bitcoin from higher up. Okay, you guys remember this little short over here? I closed that short because you all know, okay, I had a short running from this level. I closed it, okay. I made nice little profits here to the downside, just paying myself as price was falling here to the downside. And then last night I decided, okay, since I'm going to do this live stream, okay, I'm just going to close the position because it was such a small run. It was a $16,000 position, okay. I've taken most of the profits. So looking for some fresh trades. Let's see. Let's see how that is going to unfold. Okay, I might get quiet from time to time as I'm analyzing the chart because sometimes it's difficult to think and talk at the same time. And remember, guys, I'm at the end of the day, you're all listening to me and I'm talking to myself. It feels like I'm talking to myself. Okay, there's no one having a conversation with me, so I might go quiet from time to time as I'm thinking and analyzing and looking at the structures and doing my technical analysis. So welcome. And by the way, for those of you that are here watching this live stream, the die-hard traders, the people that want to learn how to do this properly, well done for being here and for sticking this bear market so far out, okay? Because there's very, very, very few retail traders still in this market. I also want to share a story a little bit later on about, and maybe you guys can remind me if I forget, about what happened to me on my holiday, a realization that I had on my holiday. Okay, I want to share some insights in terms of what happened there as well. So as you know, for those of you that are inside of the community and diehard fans here on the stream, you know that I took a break last week, didn't look at the charts. Andy took a break before me the previous week. And so I'm fresh, ready to make some money. I am saving up for something special that I want to get myself. And we can have some conversations around that as well. And so I need to trade. I need to make some cash. Okay, I want to buy this special thing for myself only with the profits that I'm going to make here from my trading accounts. Okay, no debt, guys. I do not have any debt. Nothing. Zero. I don't even have a cell phone contract. I have no debt and I refuse to make any debt. I don't have student debt. I don't have house debt, car debt. I don't have any debt. So when I do plan to buy something, if I cannot buy it cash, I don't buy it. That's it. That's just how I operate. And, you know, obviously I wasn't always like this. I was young and stupid. I made a lot of debt, got myself into trouble when I was younger. And as you grow older, I suppose the salt and pepper here next to my ears gives you a little bit of wisdom in terms of how you need to approach the next phase in your life. So I do have a mentality of if I cannot afford something and I have to make credit or buy it on a credit card, I don't buy it. That's it. That's the rule that I have, especially if it's something that I want and that I don't need. But even if I need something, I will go without it. Okay. That's just how I operate. Right. Anyways, before we get into all these philosophical questions and things like that, I think these long live streams will also be an opportunity for you to see a different side of me, because we're going to talk about a lot of things. Okay, to you know, while we wait for a trade, there's nothing else to do but talk. Okay, and that's why I'm going to go through comment sections, and we're just going to have a little bit of a powwow. So, it looks like I'm lagging, guys. Am I lagging? Is my lips and my voice synced? Just let me know in the comments, because here on my recording software, it says that there's a delay. Just let me know, because that's a little bit weird. So what I want to do now is I want to pop out this chat, as always. Let's pop this out. Let's go here. I want to say hi to the community. Right, there we go. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Oh, it's already at 25. I'm sure you guys should be able to see that. Okay, sound is fine there. Is all good. Okay, the streaming goes perfect. Okay, so I think the delay is just here on my side. Maybe because I have too many things open, so it's using up RAM. Yippee! Paul, welcome to the live stream. Mr. Adam, wow, first year on the live stream to comment. Thank you so much. The GOAT, High Devil That Weekly. Yes, we're going to talk about that weekly, Richard. Got front run. That was the short that I was looking for. But I did, you know, what I've tried to change a little bit from my technical analysis, I'm starting to give people zones where I'm looking for short, a zone where I'm looking for short, and a zone where I'm looking for longs. Because often what happens is I'm looking at a specific level, and then that specific level gets front run. And then the short or the long is missed. So when I give people zones, you know that that's an interesting zone to look for a long or a short. Okay, and also where I'm looking for this long right now, it's in a specific zone. I'm not going to say there, yes, there will always be a specific level, but that level might get front run, and that's what happened with the weekly yesterday that I highlighted. It got front run. I was waiting, it didn't happen. But I did see, well done to the community members, because you guys paid attention to the zone. So you took the short and you should be nicely in profit now. I saw community members took the short yesterday. So well done to the community members that took that short with great risk management. I saw people saying position protected, taking 10%, taking 50% profits. So well done, guys. You know, as soon as price starting, if you're shorting, price starts hitting support, it's a great place to start taking profits. Okay. I was up in Joburg for a few days for work, back in Cape Town. Ah, Richard. Nice, man. Yeah. I mean, if you guys ever want to do a meetup, I'm game. If you're in the Joburg area, or maybe if I'm in Cape Town, I'll let you guys know, and then we can do a little meetup there in Cape Town as well, at a nice little public neutral spot. Okay. Diewold, I don't know if we can afford 5 to 7 hours of your professional work time. Yes, guys, this is not going to happen often, maybe once a week from myself and Andy. So twice a week, you'll get a little bit of a longer live stream. And that's the plan for now. Okay, just to do something different, But obviously, when we're not on YouTube, we are inside of the community. I spent quite a bit of time last night in the community, just chatting to the people, giving some advice. You know, we were talking about paper trading and versus trading with real money. So if you guys do want to be part of the community, not to miss out on any action, because Andy will be spending today inside of the community providing things that I might not see. Okay, and I'm not going to spill the beans if Andy shares something and then share it on here if I didn't see it by myself. Okay, so that is for the community members only. Right, if you want to be part of the community, remember guys, it is send me the word access to Telegram. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join the community. It's as simple as that. Okay, there's many ways in which you can join the community. Right, so let me finish up the comments and then we can start with the technical analysis. How was that dinner? It was great. Bitcoin already bottomed, just so you all know. Yeah, there's a chance for a bounce here. Good morning, Diewold. Jojo, welcome to the live stream. Morning, dude. James, welcome. Is the trading community the same? You got one on the website versus the one you promote in the live streams? Yes, I think it's it is the same. It both takes you to Telegram. So whether you use the link on my description or whether you go to the website, it's the same. It's just easier to go through the description, my YouTube description. It's easier to go through this link because it takes you directly to my Telegram. Okay. Where I do have automations and things running because I get a lot of messages and I don't always have the time to personally respond to every single message. But I do go in there on a daily basis and see if the automation broke, or maybe someone asked a question that the automation couldn't answer or whatever. Then I get involved personally as well. It is my personal trade. It is my Telegram account, so to speak. Okay, but this is the easiest way. Just send the word access, because that activates the automation to send you the instructions on how to join, the options available. Send the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Love this cooking channel. Nice shirt. Yes, it's my nice soccer bluffin shirt. It's my stream shirt. I only wear it when I do live streams. Sometimes, okay. I think it's only the second or third time I'm wearing it now, but I love this shirt for the live streams. Hi, Legends. Lifer, welcome. Take a douchey? What is that? I don't know what that is. Okay. I shorted the almost SFP yesterday, but works so far. Almost. I shorted the almost FFP. Okay. Yes, I'm going to talk about where some of the legends got into the short. Absolutely amazing. Diewold, I challenged you. Yesterday you said you're a financial advisor. Remember, guys, I just have to, stick to the disclaimer because I don't want to get into trouble. and get the YouTube channel banned. I am not a financial advisor. Okay, I'm simply sharing with you how I trade. Right. Hi, yo, Deerwold. Right. Okay, guys, there's a lot of comments. I'm not going to go through all the fresh comments there on top. The streaming goes perfect. Okay. Hi, Deerwold. Good to see you. Mohammed, great to see you here in the live stream as well. Deerwold, I have taken a short from 62,300 and still holding that. What should I do? $62,000, 300. $62,000. Where my donor? Oh, crap. You are down. So you underwater at the moment. I think that's a very dangerous position to be in. And the reason, guys, I mean, there's always the possibility, but you know, it's hopium. And remember, I'm not a financial advisor, so I can't tell you what to do. Okay. But if it was me in this trade, if I entered at 62, what did you say? 62,300. Let me just switch the magnet off. It's stuffing around. 62,300. Yeah, if I was in that position, I would have cut the loss. Okay, it depends. Because you might get lucky. You might get lucky and price comes back and it takes the lows and then it bounces. Because there is a scenario where price can take the lows. There is a scenario. Okay, where this is basically an A. Just keep it simple. I know you can move A to a different pivot as well. I'm just trying to keep it simple. This could be a B. And price is now going to form a C to the downside. It eats up the lows and then it gets a bounce. And that gives you the opportunity to potentially get out of that trade. Okay, but it might not happen. And this is a scenario that, you know, could play out. You have an impulse, and that could also be a wave 1. You have an A, B, C in a 3-wave corrective structure, and then you get continuation back to the upside. But there's no guarantees that this scenario will play out. Because what could also happen here, and sorry guys, I am freestyling a little bit over here, okay, but I'm sure I'm still getting the point across. Let's go back here to the 1 hour time frame. Is that this can all be a wave 1 or A. Again, same structure, 1 or A. This is the correction, WXY for example. Maybe this is a WXY, or maybe the correction ended over here. This is a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Or this is a WXY, okay, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are more, unfortunately, there are more scenarios pointing for a higher low and up than a scenario eating the lows then up. So it can happen. This one can happen, but it's not guaranteed. So it's just shorting an uptrend is always very dangerous because you don't know how aggressive it's going to get to the upside. And maybe I will also, like I said yesterday, I'm going to do some higher time frame analysis as well. So unfortunately, I wish I could give you a solution and tell you what you need to do, but I can't. Firstly, I'm not a financial advisor. I can't do that. Okay. But let it, you know, that unfortunately, as harsh as this sounds, this is how you learn. It's a painful lesson. And hopefully with this lesson, you don't make that same mistake again. So it's about cutting the loss, taking the knock, processing the emotions. Don't trade for a couple of days or even a couple of weeks. Just take a breather, depending on how much you're losing. Okay, because I know some people liquidate their accounts with things like this. And unfortunately, I don't know what the market is going to do next. There's probabilities, and based on probabilities, it looks like there's a good chance for price to make a higher low and move back up. Okay. In the zone, make a higher low without taking the lows. Not guaranteed. Okay, like I said, guys, this can be an A, B, C. Great. It's not guaranteed that this scenario is going to play out. And the reason no one can predict the markets is the exact reason why you have to have an invalidation, why you have to have a stop loss. So yeah, let that be a lesson. Sorry for the, I can't say anything more than that, is that, you know, it's an expensive lesson, but hopefully it's a lesson worth learning and recovering from. No, it's not a great position to be in. This is not a great position to be in, to be so underwater. And what makes this short so dangerous is that there's always a chance for price, like I said, to come and sweep this low, always. But what makes this short so dangerous is that the structure to the upside is an impulsive structure. It counts way better as an impulsive structure. And when there's an impulsive structure to the upside, there's an increased probability for price to form a higher low and take out the highs again. So that's the danger about this short. If price, okay, if you are in a long from over here, let's say you took a long here and price fell, I would have said there's a chance to take out that high. So there's a better probability for price to take the high, which it did. Remember yesterday, guys, in the live stream, on the 1 minute time frame, do you guys remember this? Where was that? Do you guys remember this yesterday in the live stream? What did I say? 3-wave down, there's our increased probability to take that high. This is where I ended the live stream. What happened? Price took the high because there's a 3-wave structure down, which means there's an increased probability to take the high. And then, well, this is where the community members took the short. Well done for the community members that took that short. An SFP from the high. Beautiful trade. Rejection. Stop loss goes above the high. You pay yourself on the way down. You protect position. You take profits. Beautiful trade. So for those, for the community members, I did post a lot of messages last night telling people that don't wait for me to take the trade before you take the trade. Have your own plan. Yes, I'm sharing with you how I trade the markets, but often what happens is, specifically for SFPs, because they are very quick, I will enter an SFP. So let's say I took this SFP yesterday. Okay, and this is for the community members. And I did speak about this last night. Let's say I took that SFP and I enter right over there. And I have my, so this is my trading setup. Okay, that's my trading setup. Stop goes above the high and I'm targeting the low of the range right over there. Okay, by the time I've entered the trade and I've managed my risk and I've set my TPs and everything, okay, price might be over here. Then I post the screenshot inside of in the community and I say, guys, I've taken the SFP, because they happen very quickly. Okay, this is 1 minute time frame stuff. If you're waiting for me before you take the trade, you're going to enter over there, which means you have a bigger stop loss. Now you're contending with a stop loss that size, which is all good and well if you're managing your position size. Okay, and then sometimes what happens is I'm in profits. I already took profits to cover my fees and my stop loss. Price moves up, stops me out at break even. I don't lose anything. Someone that entered late takes a knock. They take a stop loss. And that's why I'm saying it's so important to pay attention to the education in these live streams, to how we share the scenarios, the analysis, the coaches inside of the community, because you need to execute your own plan. And that's what made me excited yesterday, is because people executed their own plan over here. Beautiful. They didn't wait for me. I was just like, well done. The community members are learning. Okay. Right, guys. I just want to, just give me a moment. I just want to put in my earphones. Just give me a moment. Right. Okay, sorry guys, someone is vacuuming in the background, so I just needed to put the noise cancelling on so that I'm not distracted. Okay, that's a lot better. Right. I just want to make sure that the sound is still coming through on my mic. Okay, just want to check something here quick. Ooh. Sorry guys. Okay. Right, so I just wanted to make sure that the mic is still coming through the mic and not through the AirPods, because then it's going to be not as good quality. Okay. So yeah, that's basically what happened yesterday. Okay. And basically the point that I was trying to make is that when I see a three-wave structure down, there's always an increased probability to take the high, which price did. But when I see a five-wave structure, there's an increased probability for price to move up. Never guaranteed, because that's not how the market is designed, but this can be counted as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This counts way better as a five-wave structure, which means that there's an increased probability for price to form a higher low and take out the highs again. And that is why a short over here is dangerous. Okay, but now I want to just go through some daily levels. I just want to do some analysis here quick, guys. And remember, Andy is spending his day inside of the community. If I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community. That is where I share daily analysis, my personal trades that I take, where Andy takes his swing trades as well. Link is always down in the description. Send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay, so quickly want to just remove this. I want to start with my technical analysis for today. Right. Just want to make sure that I have my daily levels. And there is a fresh daily level above that could provide a shorting opportunity. So definitely a level that I want to pay attention to. Right. Okay, there we go. Let's go to weekly as well. Just want to make sure that I have. Okay, that is the weekly level. As you can see where the alarm is, this is now the weekly level that got front run last night. You guys can see that I'm looking for the short in the right zone. Okay, from a technical perspective, I was waiting for that weekly level for rejection. Got front run, but it's still valid, still a valid level for me to pay attention for rejection. Okay. That's the fresh daily level. This weekly level is still fine. Weekly level is still fine. Okay. Now I want to go to the 1 hour. Switch off these levels. Do some point of controls. Ooh. Is that where price tapped? Did price tap this point of control? Let's do this. Yeah, it did. Nice little SFB there. Beautiful tap here on the point of control. Okay. And this was the trade that I highlighted this morning inside of the community. I'm not sure if anyone took that trade. Because yesterday, as per the analysis well, do you guys remember? The 1 hour order block that I highlighted here on the 1 hour time frame. So this morning in the community, I said, guys, this is an interesting longing zone. Not sure if anyone took this little bouncy trade over here, naked point of control. There's a chance that price could sweep that low again. There's a chance, okay, and I'll be ready for that. I'm already in this trade with a small position. But if it stops me out, there's a specific level that I'm watching for in SFP. Because I know it can get front run, and that's why I built a small little position in this zone. But what I would like to see here on the 15-minute time frame, just want to see where those levels are. Okay. Something that I will also pay attention to is my little ray. There we go. For me, there's always another way to get into a trade. If price runs away from here, okay, and breaks the trend, that for me is another trading opportunity, especially if price starts overlapping the structure. Because then there's just a high probability three-wave structure, okay? Yes, it can sweep the lows again, but there's a higher chance, again, what I've discussed now, to take out the high. Target is the high. Yes, I got into. Great, I'm in. And can you tell me where is target? Well, the target is the highs, but I always take profits when price hits resistance. Okay, you can see this is resistance, guys. Okay, let me do this way. This is resistance. So I think a great profit-taking area would be for price to hit the value area low, point of control where the most amount of volume was traded, and then obviously at the daily level. Okay, so basically this zone is a great profit take, well, TP1 at least for me, okay, if you did enter along over here. So remember guys, I can only talk about how I approach the markets and how I trade. So I took a long over here and I'm going to take profits in this zone. I'm going to leave a runner to take the high, and I'm going to be looking for a short. So this could be a nice little long, and this could be a nice little short. Because there's a chance that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reject, three wave down, back up. I don't know how the market is going to unfold, but okay. I know that there's the possibility for this to be completed in a 5-wave structure. And then all of this is part of the corrective structure for this entire impulse. There's one slight problem though. If this is the low for this entire structure, I would say it's a little bit too soon. Just a little bit too soon, because when I take a time from this low to the high of the structure, you can see the problem. Time is never an invalidation, but it impacts probabilities, and I'm a probability trader. So what I'm trying to say over here is this low was made before the 0.382. So if it does go up, there's a higher chance for a rejection when it takes the highs. If price moves down again, then there's a chance that this correction corrected the entire impulse, because the low is made after the 0.382 and price could smash this level. And that could be a no trade zone for me, depending on how price reacts. So this is basically how I'm seeing this at the moment. Okay. But yeah, I mean, this point of control is a great profit-taking area. Also the VWAP, I just want to see where the VWAP is. That little pivot over there, let's make it nice and thick. For me, is a great profit-taking area. Okay. Please, guys, do not let my analysis influence your plan. If you have a different plan, stick to your plan. Don't let me scare you out of a trade. or let you FOMO into a trade. Follow your plan. Okay, I'm sharing with you my plan. My plan might not play out, but I already took a long over here that I highlighted this morning in the community. If I get stopped out, then I'll share with you where I'm looking to long over here. So it would be, I would actually prefer to be stopped out of this trade so I can get a better entry and a little bit more aggressive entry, because I did enter with a small position over here. I want to enter with a little bit of a larger position size over here, at least 1 or 2%, okay, of my portfolio. This is, let me check. Yeah, guys, it's like 0.3% of my portfolio. It was a very small position. So I would prefer to get in a little bit more aggressive. So what could happen over here? Okay, let me clean up the kitchen. Remember to smash up that like button. I'll redo that trend in a moment. Let me take this out. What could happen here is that this is A, B, C, and then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm looking for the long. Can you guys see that this structure can still form a 5-wave structure? And maybe there's already five waves on the smaller time frames. But if I do get stopped out, this is where I'm looking for the long. And more specifically, if I take a trend-based fib from the high, let me switch on my, guys, I'm falling in love with this magnet, okay, to the low, to the high, because it gets your levels exactly. Do you guys see that 1-to-1 extension? This. I'm looking for an SFP from that level. I think also, let's see if I can build some other confluence. If I take a normal fib from the low to the high, 0.5. Can you guys see the 0.5 is also there? So what I would like to see, if this is a 1, 2, 3 and it forms a 4 and a 5, I want to play an SFP from that level. There is a chance that this 5-wave move is already done, and that's why I entered along already. Position protected. I'm not going to lose anything if I get stopped out. Okay, because I know that that happens. So this morning I was just like, nope, I'm not going to let that happen again. I'm building a small little position. I can manage my risk. I can protect. I can make money. Okay, if it doesn't want to do this, I'm not going to wait for that again. So that is basically my plan for now, legends. There's a chance that you have, okay, I don't need the magnet for this. It's just going to frustrate me. 1, 2, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. Wait, doing it wrong. You have 1, 2, 3, because that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe a diagonal of some sort. Okay, this is 4, and it's going to go up for 5. This is what I'm planning to trade for today. Okay, my highest probable scenario. It might not happen, and that's why I trade with stop losses. Okay, 4 is either in or it makes that one more low. For this 4th wave has an invalidation. This little bad boy. Okay, this little bad boy over here has an invalidation. And that is basically, well, it's not much higher. There we go. There's your invalidation, is for 0.618. Can I type on this thing? Invalidation. So for this structure to play out in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, price should not tap the 0.618. Okay. If the structure is finished, like I said, guys, I am repeating myself, but it's, repetition is how most people learn. If this is the structure, fifth wave is done, 4 was over here, okay, then I would argue that this low is made too soon. And then I would want to see the low be swept again. But then this correction can go deeper. It doesn't matter. It can go deeper up until the 0.786. And if this does happen, if price does go deeper, invalidating a fourth wave, then I know that if it does bounce, there's a high chance that this level is going to get invalidated. It's not going to reject. It's going to shoot through. Because this then you can label a wave 1 or A. This can be your B or your wave 2. And it can go up for a C or a 3. And it can smash through this level like a hot knife through butter. So looking at the structure, the deeper price goes and invalidating the fourth wave, the higher the probability for price to disrespect this level. If price bounces here and goes up, it's a little bit of there's a higher chance for rejection, but there's also a chance that maybe the impulse is done. It didn't respect the time fib, and that's why I'm just going to leave a runner. So there's just two different ways in which I'm going to manage these trades. So basically it boils down to trade management. If price bounces here, there's a higher chance for a rejection higher, just above the highs. There's a higher chance for a rejection. If price goes down further, invalidating the fourth wave, there's a higher chance for continuation. Okay. Remember, guys, all my personal trades are shared inside of the community, daily analysis, and I know Andy is spending some time, well, his day inside of the community. Andy will not be doing a YouTube live stream today. He will only be inside of a community. If you want to be part of my community, send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay, also the CVD tool that I'm using over here, I can see there's some berry CVD building up, is for free for now. One of the requirements will be in the not so distant future that you have to sign up with one of my links. Okay, and then you will have continued free access to this tool. It's an amazing tool. It basically has everything that I need from a day trading perspective under one roof. So I don't have to go to different things to look for different subscriptions. 10 web pages open just to look at different things. Everything is here on the MindPillar website. Okay, free tools. You've got calculators, breaking news. You've got the economic calendar, which is great. Okay, today we do have some high impact news at 2:30. I'll be here live with you guys. Retail sales month on month. So we'll see what happens there. But everything is here, okay? And if you sign up with one of my affiliates down below or join the community, you will have continued free access to these tools. Okay, let's go through some comments. Let me pace myself. Remember to smash up that like button if you guys do enjoy the education. Always appreciate it. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I see Andy is already posting some analysis inside the community. Just want to see what he's up to. What is Andy up to? Okay. And right, guys, for the community members, if you do want to ask me a question, share a chart, you can do it inside of the community and we can talk about it here. Okay, you guys do have priority. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go through YouTube comments. but I will give priority to people inside of the community. Right. See, Mr. Allen is very active. A lot of chats happening. Mr. A Trader, you guys are very active. Deal coming live soon. Right, there we go. Target is the high. Yes, target is the high. Guys, remember, it's your trading plan at the end of the day. If this is your trading plan, and your trading plan is you're only going to take profits at the highs and you're not going to take profits anywhere else, then follow your plan. I'm just sharing with you how I trade. How I trade is when price hits resistance, I take some off the table. That's just how I trade. If your plan is you're only going to take profits at the highs to maximize profits, then respect your plan, follow your plan, test your plan, back test your plan. How, is it a profitable plan? Does it get respected? I can only share with you guys how I'm trading, but there's nothing wrong with the way that you are trading if you're just following a plan. And the most important thing is follow a plan, stick to your plan, execute your plan. Okay, so for now, if price jumps, this is a scenario, okay, with or without another low. The low's either in or it sweeps that 0.5. Maybe even this pivot over here. Maybe it even SFB's that little pivot. Okay, maybe price does this. Ka-ching. But then I still know where to put, I need to know where to put my stop loss, because risk management is the most important thing to me. As soon as I know where to put my stop loss and I see strength, because price is trading above, I see strength, I can enter here and have a stop loss. Okay, that can be my stop loss, because the risk to reward still makes sense to target the highs. Now, I need to talk about, guys, I can't just be bullish, right? The market is uptrending, so it is better to look for longs, and this is why I'm focusing on longs. It's better to look for longs locally at the moment because the local structure is up. This has a higher chance of being an impulsive structure. So it technically makes sense for me to look for longs. But the bearish case scenario is this structure. Okay, and it needs to show me, is a 1, is a 2, maybe this is a 3, maybe the 3 is not in. Okay, 3, 4, 5, it does that. So let me just hide this. Price forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No overlap between 1 and 4. Once you have a 5-wave structure down, then the retracement becomes an interesting shorting opportunity. Then that level is going to get front run again, because this could then turn into a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Eats up the lows of the structure. And that is basically that bearish case scenario, or slightly more bearish case scenario that I discussed. Okay. Let us do this properly. Okay, I'm going to be here for a while, so I can, take my time with this. This is a, that's a B, and it goes down in a C, and it eats up all of these lows. But what I have to see, I need to see a 5-wave structure down, because at the moment, it's a 3-wave structure. This, ladies and gentlemen, for me, looks like a damn 3-wave structure. And number C cannot form with 3-wave structures, unless it's an ending diagonal, but low probability for ending diagonals. So if price does this and there's a 5-wave structure down and it corrects in a 3-wave structure up, that is a shorting opportunity for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, eats up the lows, and then it bounces. So I have to be prepared for all scenarios. So what I'm trying to highlight here is technically, if price does form a 5-wave structure, I will be looking for a short. And here is where I'll be looking for a long. This can happen. I have to look at all sides of the token, or the, I can't just be overconfident in one scenario and say, well, this has to be it, and I'm just longing and I'm just waiting for the high to be claimed. What if this happens? I want to have a plan, and my plan is sweep off the lows. It's basically an SFP from this low. I will enter a trade. And I think that's why it's also great to be inside of the community, because when something changes, because I could be on YouTube, let's say for an hour, and I discuss the scenario 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I discuss that scenario. After the live stream, this happens. And then I can update the community. Guys, I'm looking for an SFP from the low. Okay, I do my fib extensions. I tell everyone, okay, these are the new levels that I'm watching. Okay, if this is A and this is B up here, I'm looking for 1.618 and the 2 extension. That's where I'm looking for the bounce, and that's where I'm going to be paying attention for a swing failure pattern. Or I'm going to build a swing trade. Maybe I build a position in this zone and I put my stop loss at the 2.618. Okay, so things can change, and that's why it's great to be part of the community, because when things change, I can update the community, which I can't just be live 24 hours here on YouTube. If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access to Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Some people have asked me, Dewald, what are those instructions? Minimum requirement is you need to sign up with one of my affiliates. Okay, Bluffin, great exchange. 2bit, love trading on 2bit as well. Kraken, a new one. I started trading on Kraken, great exchange. And I do scalps on weeks still. Okay, so there's a lot of options depending on availability, specific regions. You can do your own research. And then you need to make a minimum deposit into that exchange of $500, which is your money to trade with. It's your money. I'm not taking that $500. It's your $500 to trade with inside of one of these exchanges. Once you've done that, you'll get access to the community. So you can see you're not really paying anything for the community. You just have to support one of the affiliates that I have and trade. Okay. You do not pay extra, guys. Okay. If you pay $1 to open up a trade, you're still going to pay $1 to open up the trade. The only difference is I get a small little percentage of that $1, and that's how you support us, myself and Andy. Not costing you anything extra. In fact, you actually get better rewards and bonuses and incentives from these exchanges. You'll see when you send me the word access on Telegram, you'll see there are, even on 2bit, there's a better bonus. And I think on weeks as well, there are better bonuses that you can get by going through Telegram. Okay, right. So yeah, I had to discuss the bearish case scenario, guys. Also keeping it simple, you can do a little bit of, simple technical analysis. Let's take this one out the way. Golden pocket, always a great place for a little bounce if the scenario had to play out. Okay, you can move 0 over there as well. Doesn't really matter. Okay, because this can be a 3-wave structure in a A. A 3-wave structure in a B, which means that this has to be an A, a B, and a C, and C has to be a 5-wave structure. So it is an impulsive structure. It's allowed to be an A, B, C. Inside of the bigger B wave, you have a 3-wave structure. So this can come down in a 5-wave structure. There's a chance for the scenario to play out, which is actually great because it gives me a better longing opportunity, because I was on holiday. I missed the long in this range. Andy got in, some community members got in, people are still in that position. So if I can get this long, great. I would be very happy if I can get that long, but I know it might not happen. But for now, the plan for today is, for me at least, okay, this could happen, but I need more information to give the scenario higher probability. For now, I'm focusing on this structure because this is where the trading opportunities lie. Do I still have this fib extension? Yeah. Right. So if price, because this could be an A, B, C, and it can still take the 1-to-1 extension. If it comes down a little bit further, okay, 1.618, very magical number. We'll be looking, well, I'll basically, I'll be here in the live stream, guys. If a move happens here to the downside, you will see how I approach it from a trading perspective. Okay, but for the moment, this structure is a three-wave structure, which means that if this low can hold, even with one more low, it's still a three-wave structure. There's an increased probability that if price gets a bounce in this zone, there's an increased probability to take out the high because the structure is three-wavy. Right. Hi, Devold. Hope you're well. What are the probabilities of this scenario? Wave 4 broke channel and is very... let me check. Some of the community members are asking some questions. Obviously, you guys are here inside of the live stream. Let me just share this. This is basically... Let me see if I can share this. I hope you guys don't mind me sharing your... So we, everyone is on the same page in terms of what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can grab this. How do I grab this thing? Here we go. Right. Hi, Devold. Hope you're well. What are the probabilities of this scenario? Wave 4. Okay, I know exactly what you mean just by opening up the screenshot. Okay. Anyways, it doesn't want to open up the picture. But basically, it's around channeling. So I just want to clean up the chart over here. So from a channeling perspective, it's very interesting because do I still have my channels? Here we go. That's your, well, this is, guys, maybe I'm giving it my own names, but it's fine. This is how I do technical analysis. You have an acceleration channel. Okay, this is what I call the acceleration channel. And ideally, you do not want the fourth wave to lose the bottom of the channel. Okay, but for me, what this means is that this structure formed its 4 5s already, which means that there's a high chance for this structure that the impulse is done. But now this is where it gets interesting. The base channel is still respected. There's the base channel. So the acceleration is done, and the acceleration I usually refer to as the third wave. So this is your 1, 2, 3. So the acceleration channel is done because it lost it. Okay, and this is how I usually do Elliott wave. It's not always perfect, but this is a perfect example. 1, 2, 3, because the acceleration channel has been lost. Then I can still label this a 4 because the base channel has not been lost. 5. Does that make sense? DT? Can't see your name here. It just says DT. Let me know if that makes sense. Because remember, guys, in Elliott wave theory, okay, when you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, let me switch on the lines. And obviously there's going to be a lot of education during this live stream as well, because that's what I do on YouTube. I educate. Okay, when you have a parallel channel, take it from wave 1 to 2. There you go. There's your channel. So you want this structure to finish outside of the channel, or not, at least not tap the bottom of the channel. But then when you have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, then you have another channel running here. This is basically what I'm trying to show you. You have now another channel running there. So this third wave, the acceleration channel, is done because it lost it. Which means as long as this fourth wave doesn't do that, okay, it can still do 4 and 5. And this is basically what I'm trying to explain over here. I hope this makes sense. It makes sense to me. Okay, this is what I'm trying to explain over here. The base channel is still intact. So this can still be a 4 for this 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And remember guys, channeling is also just probability based. It's not guaranteed based, because you can have a fourth wave that loses the bottom of the channel and still create a fifth wave. It's not common to see that. And I would rather trade probabilities than anything else. Okay. Hi Devil, would you mind talking about, guys, obviously I will give priority to people inside of the community. You support me, I support you. That's basically how it works. Okay, I will go through some comments now on YouTube as well. I'm just going through some of the questions here inside of the community. Devil, would you mind talking about the SVP indicator you use, the importance of it, settings, etc.? Okay. Yes, swing failure patterns. SVP. There's my SVP. I usually do it on the 1 hour time frame. It's my favorite time frame. But I do check it on the 15-minute as well. So SVP is session volume profile, but I think you could literally just type in SVP. Here you go, session volume profile. Okay, then you'll get it. And then the settings, there's my settings. You can copy it. Take a screenshot, you can copy my settings. There's the inputs, there's the styles. Okay, I did change the settings to get thinner lines so that my point of controls are more accurate. And what this indicator basically shows you is every day, each day, there's a little block. Can you guys see? There's a block, a block, a block. You guys can see the blocks. Every day has a value area high, a value area low, and a point of control, which is the red line. Value area low, value area high, point of control. And how I use these point of controls is that during each day, that is where the most amount of volume was traded. So yesterday, that is where the most amount of volume was traded, and price actually got a rejection from that level. And this is why I love to trade them. So you can see here, did it got front run? Not sure. Let's put a line there. And I switch this off. Okay, these levels usually provides, got front run, ever so slightly got front run, provides shorting and longing opportunities. Okay, and this is why I have all my point of controls, okay, that I've already marked out over the last couple of months. So when price gets to any of my point of controls, I can make a trading decision. This one from this morning, for example, where price got the bounce, you can see this one. Where did price bounce? On the point of control where the most amount of volume was traded. This is why these levels are so important for me. Very often they get respected, but sometimes they get invalidated. This is why I'm a reactionary trader and I don't trade with limit orders, because I need to see the reaction at that level. Sometimes they get tapped to perfection, like that one. and they get the bounce. But the nice ones, the ones that I really like the most, is where it dips through the level and it starts trading back above. Now those are the nice ones that I like to trade, and I've been here inside of these live streams where I've done a couple of daily levels, okay, and point of controls. I mean, I've done many SFP trades live here inside of the live stream. Let's go through some comments. I'm going to take it nice and slow today, guys. No rush, okay? I'm going to be here for a while. If you guys want to see what Andy's up to inside of the community or want priority for the questions, okay, just remember to send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. But this is basically my favorite scenario at the moment, okay, unless price forms a 5-wave structure down. Okay, thank you for explaining. I assume we go from 2 a.m. to follow up for UTC. Yeah, ideal. I think the move down counts well as a double zigzag. Yeah, it does. This little movement down does count nicely as a 3-way. However you want to, if you want to count it as a WXY, go ahead. If you want to count it as an ABC, go ahead. It's a 3-wave structure. Okay, and this is often why I don't get harped on the fact of what is it, a WXY or is it an ABC? I don't care. It's a 3-wave structure, increasing the probabilities to take the high, providing me with a trading opportunity. It's not always, and this is why my stop losses are so important. Okay, it's not always, because sometimes what can happen is price does this, price does this, price does this, 3-wave structures, price does this, and price does that. And then it forms a contracting diagonal, for example. Okay, I didn't draw it properly, but it can form a contracting, a leading diagonal. It forms 1, 2, 3, and then it dumps. Okay, so sometimes they can look deceiving, and the most deceiving one that's caught me off guard in the past is it forms a double 1, 2. Those ones are deceiving. Okay, let's get back here onto the 15-minute. Most bearish case scenario, I'm glad I'm talking about it, is that for now, this looks like a 3-wave structure. But what if? No, this is not, and this is why stop losses for me are so important. This is why the trade that I took here is already protected. What if this is a 1, 2, 1, 2, and then it goes 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. So it's not always guaranteed that a 3-wave structure is going to take the high, because a nested 1, 2 is very aggressive to the downside, and they often look like a 3-wave structure, and then it happens to the downside, increasing selling pressure. But then when I see that, when I see this, that move, and volume selling pressure starts increasing, I wait for that before I long. I want to see the 4 5s. And this is what I told the community. Do you guys remember when price pumped up here inside of the community? This is what I shared as price was pumping. Yeah. Okay. I said, I'm looking for 4 5s. You can count this many ways. This could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But there's also always the chance that this is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. Okay, I'm waiting to see that, to repeat that mess. Can you guys see the similarities? Okay, you have the mess and you have the mess. I'm waiting for the mess before I look for shorts. I do not short here. I do not short here. But once I start seeing this, that's where I get interested in shorts, because price is slowing down on decreasing volume. Most amount of volume happened in that move. So this is never where I'm interested in shorts. I'm interested in shorts in this zone. So if the worst case scenario had to play out, remember guys, because nothing's ever guaranteed in the market, is that 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, that one, high amount of volume, then I'm going to wait. I'm not longing here. No. I wait for 4, 5. I want to see that. 4, 5. I want price to slow down and I want volume to decrease. Once I see the volume decreasing and I see prices starting to chop, that's where I get interested in longs. Trying to keep an open mind that we might be another local low and then go up. Yeah, it could be. I have discussed that scenario. Let me go through some comments. Thursdays are notorious dump days. According to my trading journal, Thursdays are my most profitable days. So let's see if I can catch a nice little trade here today. Oh, I'm already in a trade. Okay. Ooh, Mr. UAE again with the gifts. Thank you so much. Much appreciated, and I'm sure everyone else appreciates it over here. YouTube allocating the little memberships over here. Okay, it will form a head and shoulders. Yeah, one of my favorite patterns. Always gets invalidated. Boss check oil. Oh, maybe we should go and look at some other markets. That would actually be not a bad idea. Fifth wave is the retail wave. Correct. Retail is gone. They won't buy. Yeah, but there's still traders, remember? It could also be the trader wave. What happened over here? Okay, I can remove my headsets, my earphones. How long have I been live? Guys, I did tell myself I'm going to take a break, like a 5-minute break every hour. I'm going to be here for a while. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break every hour. I've already been here for an hour and 20 minutes. So I'm going to take a break, just basically walk around the garden, come back, and then I will continue because I need to get some blood flow through my legs and stuff. So I'm just going to wrap up some comments here and then I'm going to take a short little break. Okay. Ooh, memberships are pouring in, Mr. UAE. Thank you so much. I'm sure everyone appreciates it. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Check oil. We can check oil. When I come back, we can check some oil. I've discussed most of the scenarios locally here on Bitcoin, but also what I want to focus on is the higher time frame. I want to focus on the 4-hour and the daily time frame here on Bitcoin, just to discuss what could potentially play out in the coming weeks and months. Okay. And then maybe we can go and look at some commodities, oil, NASDAQ, whatever you guys want me to have a look at. Okay. Too many people watch. 60 to 59. Level might not happen. Yeah, guys, everyone was bearish. From a sentiment perspective, what I saw is that everyone was bearish during this pump. Okay, and more so this pump. When price started going up, yeah, people were bearish as hell, and I love to trade against sentiment. Bearish, 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 and people are still bearish here, calling for the low. Okay, just want to see what is fear and greed at the moment. Let's go and check that out. Yes, fear and greed is on this free tool as well. 25, we're still in fear territory. So I think there's a good chance for maybe a larger relief bounce here back to the upside. So legends, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 5-minute break. And then I'll be back. I'll put a little message here because I'm going to be here for a while. Okay. I'm going to set my alarm at this level. If it gets claimed or if I'm walking and my notification goes off, I want to be here for this trade. Because remember what I said, this can be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 I want to be in that trade. If it doesn't SFP from that level, okay, we'll discuss that when I come back. Right? Or it bounces from here and it goes and completes the fifth wave. Where did it now put that little scribble? Found the undo button on my keyboard. I need to start using that more. Right, legends, remember to smash up that like button if you guys do enjoy the education. Spending the day with me here on YouTube. We're going to discuss a lot of things. I still want to talk about many things over here. But for now, I'm just going to take a 5-minute leg stretch. I encourage you to do the same. Okay, it's good not to just sit at your desk the whole day. Back in 5 minutes. Okay. Right, there we go. I'm going to switch off my camera and I'll be back in 5 minutes. I will time myself. Okay, I might be back before then. Here we go. All right, there we go. I'm back. Go BTC. Yes, it is just chopping here sideways at the moment. Let's go here onto the 5-minute time frame. Find my little taxi over there. So what is interesting about this structure is that you don't need to know Elliott wave theory. Yeah, guys, I say this so many times. You don't need to know Elliott wave theory to be a successful trader. Well, at least I don't have to know Elliott wave theory to be a successful trader. Because without Elliott wave theory, what I would have done in the past is do my support and resistance. Where's my... There we go. I have a 1 hour order block. I have support above the highs over here. I have support inside of this consolidation area. You can go be a little bit more creative. You can say, well, where was the most volume traded inside of this little range? You can say, okay, point of control, value area high, that is where my support is. But there's also nice little high volume nodes here. Highest volume node is where I have my second support. Then you can be a little bit more creative. You can say, okay, I take a fib from the low of the structure to the high of the structure. Ooh, okay, 0.5 has alignment with my support, make it point of control. A little bit further down, 0.7 and 0.786. So that is where I'm looking for longs. So I don't need to know Elliott wave theory to know that I can long a support zone. Okay, I'm definitely not in the game of looking for shorts at support. And I'm not in the game to look for longs at resistance. So if I have my resistance and my support, you know, I can get even a little bit more. It depends also on what time frame trader you are. This is 5-minute, 15-minute stuff. Okay. But you can even be a little bit more creative and say, well, it depends on what time frame trader you are. Let's go to the 4-hour time frame. Take this out the way. And you can see, okay, well, right, are you a swing trader? Well, then these are the levels that you're paying attention to if you're a swing trader. You can see I have all my levels marked out for this entire structure. And if you're a swing trader, which means you play much bigger moves and you have to be a lot more patient, like Matt, for example, he's a swing trader. He's looking at bigger levels. Okay, price got a bounce on the trend at the bottom of the channel. I'll show you now where I get this trend from. Price is above support. Okay, price chopped here into on support and it's now above support, so it could bounce again, maybe go back up. But then this is where I'm interested in shorts at the highs. This is not where I'm interested in longs. Shorts, longs. So it's as simple as looking for shorts at resistance and looking for longs at support for me. When I go onto the daily time frame, just to show everyone where I get this channel from, it's basically the base channel that I've just explained on the 15-minute time frame with that little local structure over there. Okay, here's your base channel, the lows. Okay, you have your base channel. Where did price bounce? The bottom of the channel at the trend. Okay, so from a simplicity perspective, you could say, well, it bounced on the trend. I just want to see if I have my trend folder here. Yeah, I do have my trend folder. Okay, there you go. Price bounced on the trend. I did speak about this many times in my live stream. Perfectly bounced on the trend. Just tapped the trend ever so gently and got the bounce. And now you can see from a trend line or a momentum perspective, these are the trends that I'm currently keeping an eye on. The biggest one is this one over here that I'm currently keeping an eye on. I think if price is going to break this trend, there's a good chance it can come and claim that becomes a TP area, because that's resistance. TP area, TP area, TP area. Okay, I don't know how high price is going to go, but those are TP areas. Price breaks out here, I take some profits. Okay. The one that got broken recently is this one over here. Let's go to the 4-hour time frame. This is now the trend that already got broken. You guys see, from the high to the pivot to here, price broke out, retested, and there's a chance, okay, that it can come to the top of the trend. Maybe this is a rejection, this is a shorting opportunity, because it could reject and then go down again. Or it breaks out, does that. So there's many ways to trade, guys. There's many ways to trade. Are you a 15-minute trader? Are you a daily time frame trader? Are you a 4-hour trader? What type of trader are you? Okay, because if you're a higher time frame trader, well, that was a great entry. Stop goes below the low. You're targeting, okay, you're targeting your little resistance areas here above, because maybe this is your, you know, based on this trend, this is the structure that you are trading. So you have to work out your resistance areas according to this structure. So naturally, if price comes back down, that would be a great trading opportunity. If price does this, now that for me is an interesting long. You're still bouncing on the trend. Stop goes below the low. You can wait for a little bull flag there. Okay, if you don't want to play the retest, you wait for the breakout. Then you put your stop loss below that low. You can have better risk management. Okay, if I'm not on YouTube, guys, I am inside of the community. So today will be a little bit of a longer live stream. Andy is posting some scenarios and updates, chatting to community members inside of the community at the moment. And that is where all the action happens, okay? If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Also, if you are using the free tools like the CVD that I love to use, I always have it open just to check what is happening here from a CVD perspective. Ooh, some bullish CVD building up here. Can you guys see? Bullish CVD building up. So if price does take that low, higher probability to take for an SFB, if price does take the low. It was also what happened here. Okay, but anyways, if you guys do want access to this tool, it's for free for now. If you want to extend and have it for free forever, just have to sign up with one of my affiliate partner links down in the description, and you'll have longer access or free access to the tool. Okay. What was interesting about, do you guys remember that there was, where was it? Yeah, there was berry CVD building up against these pivots last night when I did the live stream in this zone. I do have a CVD course inside of my trading course, okay, where I talk about when you have berry CVD building up as price is pushing up, it does increase the probabilities for an SFB, which happened. Price fell down, okay. So what I'm saying over here is that there's local bullish CVD. If price comes back down, there's an increased probability, not a guarantee, an increased probability for an SFB from the low because of that. But the CVD that I'm more interested in, because you can put it on automated, is for people that don't know how to read CVD. The CVD that I'm more interested in is that. Against that pivot, it's building up berry CVD. Then I could also say, okay, I'm also interested in CVD against that pivot and where price is, whoops, did it wrong. Let me just click that again, against this pivot and that pivot. So it's a little bit of a mix, but local CVD always takes priority over higher time frame CVD. So let's see how this unfolds. I have my plan. My plan is set. If you have been here in the stream since I started. You know exactly what my trading plan is. I will repeat it a couple of times during the duration of the stream. But now that I am here on the higher time frame, 4-hour time frame, okay, what a beautiful breakout over here. I think this is, now this is where I went on a break. I came back, price was exactly at the same level. So I didn't miss much. Price basically just went up, down, exactly at the same price. And now we're basically still in the same range. Okay. Let's switch this off. I just want to, guys, I just want to clean up the my folders over here. I can redo everything again. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to be here for a while. So just want to clean up everything. Now I can take that away. Parallel channels I've discussed. Can take that away. What is this box? Yeah, this was basically the zone. Okay, and this is why when I spoke about the zone, because sometimes a level gets front run from the high to the low of the structure. I told everyone yesterday and the day before, this is where I'm looking for the short. That is where I'm looking for the short. Price got the rejection. Okay, so it does happen sometimes, guys, when I pay attention to a specific level, it can get front run, and this is why it's important for me to highlight the zone. That's where I'm looking for the short. Okay, but now that price has rejected, now I'm very interested in longs again. Okay, at my areas of support, of course. Let's take this out the way. That was the zone. Basically a fib, don't need that. Oh, this was an interesting scenario. Do you guys remember this in the community? Because this is what I spoke about in the community. You guys remember this? Nested 1-2s. I think I still have the polyline here. Here we go. Nested 1-2s. Price was here when I highlighted this scenario, and I said, guys, as long as price is making higher highs and higher lows and the structure remains intact, there's your invalidation, there's a chance for that. And that is the scenario that played out. Okay, price was here when I highlighted this scenario, because I also had another scenario for a leading diagonal, which is basically that, whoops, that one. But for this scenario, I was waiting for the retracement to be a little bit deeper. I wanted a deeper retracement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C. I was waiting for the long over there. But I do know, based on probabilities, and this is something that you can remember from a theoretical perspective. From an Elliott wave perspective, nested 1-2s always carries higher probability than a diagonal. And the probability played out. The nested 1-2s played out because it has a higher probability than a diagonal. There was also a trend breakout, and I highlighted the trend breakout as well to say, guys, it's breaking out. As long as the invalidation is not tapped, you can get this here to the upside. So I did see there was community members that took this trade. So well done. Okay, I'm not sure if you're still holding on to some of that position. But very, very interesting. So I mean, this structure here to the upside at the moment doesn't really look impulsive. So there's a good chance for the structure to take that low, which I would not mind. I want price to take that low. So what I would like to see is the following. For me, for a next longing opportunity, hopefully we do get it. I want to see an SFP from the 1-to-1 extension. I might have to make this a little bit thicker. I'm not sure if everyone can see the lines. Okay, let's do this number 2. You should be able to see it more clearly now. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let me go through some comments, because I see there was a, oops, what happened here? Where's my, oh, there we go. Where did I see that comment? Uncle Deold, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Cyril, welcome to the live stream. Always great to see you here. Andy doing ETH. Is Andy doing some ETH analysis inside of the community? That's great. What about ETH? I'm not sure if Andy's doing ETH analysis. I'll go and check it out now. But if you want to be part of the community, okay, send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Some people, the comment that I was seeing here, this one. Question, what if we have already signed up with a Bluffin link previously? Yes, then you will still have free access to the tool, as long as you sign up with one of my links previously as well. Basically, if you're part of the community, you'll get free access. Okay, but you can also make a decision to say, well, I don't want to be part of the community, I only want to use the tools. Then when you sign up with one of my links, you will get access to those tools again. There will be some more requirements, but I will spill those beans later on. Okay. But for now, that's one of the requirements. Okay. What about ETH? We can go and have a look at ETH. Andy doing ETH. Okay, Andy's doing ETH inside of the community. ETH. What a final long. ETH, what a final long. We can have a look at ETH, but first, before I jump into any other altcoins or oil or commodities, I want to do a little bit of higher time frame analysis. Okay, so let's put an alarm. That is also very important. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this naked point of control. It already has an alarm. Okay, so if my alarm goes off, I will be paying attention. But this is basically where I'm looking for the trade at the 1-to-1 extension. If price comes down, okay, SFP's the 1-to-1 extension and gets back above, that is where I'm interested in the long. That is where I'm going to put my stop loss. That's basically what needs to happen before I will take the trade. If price continues down, no trade. Then I will watch the next level and the next level. Yes, I will observe these levels. There's a chance for a bounce, but there's a bit of an inefficiency. There's no price action supporting a bounce in this zone. So this zone really becomes a no trading zone actually for me until it hits the 1.618. So I have my alarm set. Once the alarm goes off, okay, I will make a trading decision and I'll share it here live inside of the live stream. But what I want to do now is firstly go to the daily time frame. Okay. One scenario that I did share with the community is I'm trying to figure out, can this low hold for a larger bounce to the upside? What are the probabilities based on all the bearish case scenarios that I see here at the moment on the larger time frame? Okay, what are the chances of price taking the low and just falling? And I must say, based on all the analysis that I've done, before I go into it, there's a higher chance that this low holds for a bigger bounce to the upside. Just based on probabilities, never a guarantee, okay? And then maybe it can fall down. Rick Tai, I don't know what you mean. How do you trade with no money? I don't have $500 to deposit, but I have created an account in Bluffin from your referral link. What can I do? So if you don't have $500, you will unfortunately not be able to get access to the community. Okay, remember guys, that $500 that you deposit is your money to trade with. You're not giving it to me. It's your money to trade with. You can withdraw, you can deposit, you can trade, you can invest, you can do whatever you want to do. It's your account. It's your money to trade with. If you don't have $500 to deposit, unfortunately you won't get access to the community. But you will get access to the free tools for an extended time until we change the requirements, because you might also have to have a minimum deposit of $500 to maintain free access to the tools. But at the end of the day, it's your money to trade with. So you're basically getting the tool for free, okay, just by trading inside of the account like you would normally do. Okay. ETH follows Bitcoin. True. All altcoins. So there's no real point in analyzing it. That is so true. Okay, that is so true. Bitcoin takes a fart. The altcoins are going to take a bigger fart. Okay, no, well, let me rephrase. If Bitcoin takes a fart, the altcoins will take a dump. Okay. So let's get into the higher time frame analysis. If I count, I'm just going to freestyle it a little bit over here. If I count this structure as a oops, let me do this. As a 1, 2, 3, 4 extended fifth wave. Valid, no invalidations. Okay, makes sense. Definitely a possibility. And after a 5-wave move to the downside, you can label this as follows. You can label this a wave A. A 5-wave move can be a wave A. Cannot be a W. It has to be a wave A. Okay, a W has to have an ABC inside of it. Then you could say, okay, well, this is B. And now it's going to go down for C. Okay, let's paint out worst case scenario here. For me, at the moment, this is worst case scenario that I'm painting out here at the moment. There's one that's more bearish, but let's just, talk about this one. So you have a 5-wave move down, you have a 3-wave structure in a B wave, and now you formed the first 5-wave move to the downside for a wave 1. So basically what you want to see, if I do this properly and very professionally, that could be your 1. It needs to form a 2. It goes down for 3, 4, and 5, which then ends the C wave. And then basically you have a zigzag. You have a 5, 3, 5. Okay, and this can get brutal to the downside. It can get really brutal to the downside. C waves can be very aggressive. So in this scenario, what I'm trying to highlight over here is that if this is wave 1 in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave structure, yes, it has to be a 5-wave structure. I can already tick it. It is at the moment a 5-wave structure. Okay, tick. Then this number 2 has to finish after the 0.382. So now I can get a little bit creative because higher time frame analysis is always more accurate. So I can then say, just want to take this out the way, from a timing perspective, from the high to the low of the structure, well, there's a problem. There's not really a problem, but there's a problem for the price just to drop and go and complete this 3rd wave. Because ideally you want the correction to finish after the 0.382. And most commonly, a target for a 2nd wave is between the 0.5 and 786 Fibonacci. So from the high to the low of the structure, the most common targets where number 2 rejects most often, 8 out of 10 times, for example, 7 out of 10 times, is inside this little box. That's the most common target for wave 2. So now you can see the worst case scenario, if price is going to form this aggressive C wave to the downside that can go to $25,000, $24,000. It can get really brutal to the downside. I would argue and say it's not time yet for this. It's not time yet. It needs to form a larger structure, a larger three-wave structure. Once price gets here, I would say after the 0.382, which is on the 22nd of July, okay, preferably it extends even a little bit further. I actually need to include my other lines again. I took them out because I was doing some back testing. Let's put the 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there we go. In a perfect world, the 1-to-1 can even be tapped, okay? The 1-to-1 can even be tapped, but you want the correction to finish in this zone. It can even go to the 2 extension. That's also possible. But let's just call it, that's the golden ratio, 0.618. Let's say it needs to at least, most commonly, reject at the 0.5, which is at $70,000, 300. Once price gets here, I can tell you now that I'm going to be looking for shorts in this zone. I can't short here. Long, look for longs here after a bigger move has already happened. I look for shorts at the top of the range and I look for longs at the bottom of the range. Okay, so the most bearish case scenario is, what I'm seeing here is that price still needs more time. So maybe it forms a three-wave structure, maybe it goes down a little bit deeper, maybe it forms an A, B, C, okay, a flat is also a possibility, but I'm not expecting a capitulation to the downside yet. Okay, and I'm now talking about the worst case scenario for this number C. There's a low probability that if price falls here, it's going to capitulate. There's a higher probability that if price does fall and take the lows, that it's going to get a bounce back up. So that will be a great longing opportunity for me. And that will be a great shorting opportunity. I hope that makes sense. Sorry guys, I just need to put on my gas heater because it is freezing inside of this room at the moment. Just give me a sec. There we go. Okay, so I hope that makes sense, right? So if the bear market is still going to continue aggressively to the downside in an ABC, I would argue and say it's not time yet. Price needs to correct more. It needs more time. And preferably it needs to go a little bit higher still, which is the most common target for a second wave is $70,000, 300. Okay, it can go all the way up here to $77,000, 300 as well. Official invalidation for number 2 is price should not take the high. So basically, wave 2 is valid even retracing 99% of wave 1. It can even do that. As long as it doesn't take the high of 0, okay? As long as price does not take the high of this structure, this number 2 is valid. And this can still play out. Okay, so something interesting to consider with this scenario, for example, is, let me just take the time flip here out the way. Let's say this scenario plays out. Okay. Something interesting to consider about the scenario is that when I zoom out, I want to go to the log scale so I can get the level correct. And I take a time fib from this low to the high of the structure. Okay, just more or less. Oops. Let me try that again. I think I did it a little bit wrong. from the low to the high of the structure. You can see where the 0.382 is. So basically what I'm measuring now is to say that based on this impulse, in an ideal world, okay, what happens most often is that the correction finishes after the 0.382. This correction needs to finish after the 0.382. And the way that I've drawn now is that there's a chance that it's going to finish before the 0.382. Remember, time is never an invalidation, but it impacts probabilities. It would be preferred for price to make a larger corrective structure that finishes after November this year, basically, because this is November this year. Can it finish before the 0.382? Yes, it can. Maybe it's going to be a little bit of an extended structure. Maybe I don't know what is going to happen, but where I'm going to get very, very interested in longs is if this happens. So let's say that happens. We get a little sideways move, and we get a more sideways move here. Let's do this. Let's force the structure. And it finishes after there. I can tell you now, when I'm going to become very bullish on Bitcoin is when this low is made after the 0.382. This is where I'm very interested in longs. Obviously, if the structure does this, okay, let's say it does this and it finishes before the 0.382, I will still be interested in longs based on the structure, because structure takes priority over anything else. Because if I can count a 5, 3, 5 to the downside, I actually do not care when it ends. It's a longing opportunity. Price can then this could still be an A, okay? This goes back up for a B, and then it goes back down for a C. It becomes a B and a C, okay? It doesn't matter, but it provides me with a massive trading opportunity. So I don't actually... I know it sounds like I'm contradicting myself, but based on the structure, it's a great longing zone. If I can see a 5, 3, 5, I don't care when it ends, it provides a trading opportunity. But it does give me caution. That's what it does. It gives me caution because the low was made before the 0.382. There's a chance that the structure could retrace 90% of this move, because if it's an A wave, B has to retrace 90% of the move. Okay, so I'll be more aggressive with profit taking. So it will change my trading plan ever so slightly, especially if this forms a 3-wave structure to the upside and not a 5-wave structure. Then I'll take more profits. Okay, but it's interesting just to consider what scenarios could happen here on the daily time frame. So most bearish case scenario, and this is what I think the most important point that I'm trying to highlight over here, is that there's a low chance for price, based on where it is right now, to fall and capitulate. If price does fall, I still expect a bounce from the lows. Sweeps the lows and then maybe it bounces. So it's a great longing opportunity. Best case scenario, if you are positioned in a long over here, is that it just forms a nice little 3-wave structure to the upside. Provides a nice little shorting opportunity. Still more momentum to be made here to the upside. Strongest area of resistance. Let's go check this out. Point of control, value area high. I would say, this is a good zone where price could reject for this wave 2, if the scenario is going to play out. Okay, there's also this, based on my support and resistance. Let me go and check this. Most bearish. Where did I put my... Here we go. Okay, so if I zoom in here, there we go. Some resistant areas. You can see point of control aligns with my resistance. High volume node over there, resistance. Okay, that's the first common target for wave 2. Then you have value area high. Then you have this high volume node over here. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. It's a little bit low lighted because it's outside of the value area. But you can see there, okay, how price got rejected there. Struggled to break through. Broke out, lost it, retested as resistance area. So this is a great area for me to look for shorts. So I have to say, based on probabilities, where the structure is and how it's been forming for now, there's a higher chance that the bear market is not done. But in saying that, it doesn't mean that we can't get in the nice little pumps to the upside, nice little relief rallies to the upside. So, I trade the structure down, I trade the structure up. That's how I trade, guys. I shorted there, I shorted there. Those trades were shared inside of the community. Okay, I longed here. Okay, if I open up my trading position, what do I call it? My historical trades, you will see that I took many trades during this entire range. Many trades. But you will see most of my longs were taken at the bottom. And most of my shorts were taken at the tops. Most of my longs at the bottom. Okay. And my shorts taken at the top. So if price comes back, obviously, guys, that becomes a scalping opportunity that can turn into a day trade that can turn into a swing trade that can turn into a longer swing trade, I suppose. Okay, so there's another scenario. I just want to see what is cooking here on the 15-minute. My alarm still hasn't gone off. Price is still going sideways. So let's stick here a little bit. Still on the higher time frame. Remember, guys, these scenarios and these trades were shared inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, Andy is providing some analysis today, spending his day inside of the community. Send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. If you want to be part of the community, if you don't want to miss out, if you want to learn more, remember, I also do private live streams inside of the community. It's been a little bit less because Andy was on a break. I was on a break, but I'm going to get into the rhythm soon where I want to do at least once a week. I want to do a private live stream inside of the community where I'm just going to go through education, ask questions. Okay, we're just going to have fun inside of the community. And if you want to be part of the community, just send me the word access to my Telegram. If you are serious about trading, okay, you want to master this game and not just depend on signals. And I'm telling you now, it's not a signals channel. There's many signal channels out there. And I am yet to find out or for anyone to tell me that they've become a millionaire through a signals channel. No. And this is why myself and Andy did not create a signals channel, because every single signals channel out there, I have yet to find out that people became millionaires by joining a signals channel. The message that I get most often is people made some money and then ended up losing everything. After some time, they made some money, they lost it. They made some money, they lost it. And this is why myself and Andy specifically said we will not create a signals channel. Instead, we will teach people how to do technical analysis. That is why I share my analysis. I will show people and tell people when I'm entering my trades, my personal trades, because if you see how someone else is doing it, that's how you learn to do it yourself. So I'd rather teach people how to do it themselves than to give them signals. Because that doesn't help anyone, guys. If I'm not here anymore, or the community doesn't exist anymore, then what? Right. Oh, such refined poetry. Hi Devil, bit of education. How do I use the fib extension tool to calculate where a fifth wave will finish when there is multiple 1-2s? That is a good that is a good question. I must say the nested 1-2s to calculate the fifth wave is not easy. When there's a normal impulsive structure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, without nested 1-2s, the fifth waves are generally much easier to calculate. What I tend to do for nested 1-2s for the fifth wave is I look at areas of resistance above, and then that's where I look for the shorts. It's that's why I was keeping an eye on that weekly level. Okay, because they are difficult to calculate, because you can have many counts inside of a nested 1-2 structure. And if you get the count slightly wrong and you do the measurement for the wave 5, it could be off. And that's basically, even for an impulsive structure, guys, you know, for me, it's always important that if you can't make out where's the 1-2s and where's the 4-5s and when that last fifth wave can end, okay, it's just best to look for areas of resistance. You have resistance, point of control of this entire range. So if price does not reject at the weekly level, well, guess where I'm going to be looking for a short. If price reverses here and goes back up, I'm going to be paying attention to the weekly level. I'll do that on the smaller time frame again, okay? Or the naked point of control. But price, there's a good chance that price could reject here and pull back and then continue back up. Okay, so let me take all of this noise out the way. There's another interesting scenario that I did share inside of the community. Remember, guys, as always, if you want to be part of the community, first link down in the description, because they get all the alpha first. My thoughts, my thinking, people asking me questions. Last night, I had some conversations with people inside of the community as well. We spoke about paper trading versus trading with real money. That was quite an interesting discussion. Okay. And Maria, let me not say the other name, Maria, Paz Maria, she also shared some a nice, beautiful, authentic story yesterday. Well, one of our greatest students inside of the community. Let me see an interesting scenario that I really like, but it's a little bit early for this scenario. But I do like it because it gives the correction time that it needs to extend a little bit. That ABC 535 that I've just shown you guys now, okay, is very aggressive to the downside. And it's very sharp to the downside. But I thought to myself, what if? And it's great to think of what if scenarios. What if this is going to happen? Okay, you still have a 5-wave structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which gives you the wave A. Can you guys see it's very similar, but there's a difference in the B wave. The B wave gives price more time so that the low gets made after the 0.382. And I generally like to talk about triangles when the D wave is in. And this is why I'm saying it's very early for this scenario. But it's interesting to talk about it, okay? What if price has formed a 3-wave structure here in A? It's formed a 3-wave structure here in B, because this structure can be counted as a 3-wave structure. Can be counted as an ABC. Okay? If price now forms a 3-wave structure in a C. Remember, that is also in alignment with the second wave. Most bearish case scenario, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Little bit more sideways is price still forms the 3-wave structure. So you guys can see, even in a different scenario, I'm looking for the same trading plan. I'm looking for shorts in this zone, and longs in this area, or longs in this zone takes priority for me at the moment, because I know that there's a low probability for price to capitulate. Price forms another 3-wave structure in D, another 3-wave structure in E, and then it creates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a C wave. But what makes this scenario interesting is that it gives Bitcoin time to go sideways, then flush, the last flush, and then the bull market starts again. So I will obviously track this over the next coming months. We'll see how this unfolds. Okay, but this is a very interesting scenario that I'm currently keeping an eye on, because I know that B waves can extend sideways. So what if price is just going to continue sideways until the end of this year? up, down, up, down, up, down. It's basically a range. And then when everyone expects, okay, this is the end, it's most probably going to go up, okay, then the final flash to the downside, like we've seen with many other bear markets, then the bull market starts. And I mean, this can get aggressive to the downside, you know, $30,000 is definitely a possibility. But once the triangle, I mean, I need to track this over the next coming months, but once we do have a triangle, I'll be able to calculate the targets for this C wave. But this is a very interesting scenario, which I did share inside of the community. And obviously I'll keep track of it. We'll share it. Most bearish case scenario is basically B moves over here. And C moves more aggressive to the downside. But can you see, even in this scenario, I still need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I still need price to go up a little bit more. Or at least more sideways. It needs more time. Right, very interesting. So I wanted to discuss that scenario today. So just 2 more scenarios here on the higher time frame in terms of what can unfold over here. Then I see some thumbnails saying the bull market has begun. I'm sure you guys know who I'm talking about. If you've been in the crypto space for long enough, I'm sure you know exactly who I'm talking about. I saw a thumbnail yesterday. I don't know when the video was published, most probably yesterday or the day before. I saw a video from someone where someone said, bull market has started. Well, Andy says we're going to 61. We can go work out some targets in a moment. But what I'm trying to figure out here, is there a chance for the correction to be done? So if this is a A, and this is a B, and this is your C, it does meet the minimum requirement. Because remember, the only difference what I've discussed now is that C extends. But this can be the end of C. One, two, three, four, five, 3-wave structure in B, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in C. The minimum requirement for wave C is to take the low of A, which it did. So is it valid? Yes. Does it carry high probability? No. Because on the daily higher time frames, it is rare to see a C wave only scratch the low of A and reverse. It's still valid, but remember guys, for me, the higher the time frame, the more accurate the technical analysis becomes. I would also, what is preferred is if I take a bars pattern for this structure, what is preferred is to see a balance between the two structures, usually a 1-to-1 relationship. You have the movement down, you have the connector wave, and you have the movement down. And you want to see this move and this move match. So to see a C wave end over here is rare. It is possible, but it's rare. It's rare. It does fulfill the minimum requirements. So in an ideal world, what I would like to see is if I take a trend-based fib extension from the high to the low to the high of this structure, and I go back to the normal scale, you want to see a 1-to-1 relationship. That's most commonly what happens. Okay, let me take the bars pattern out. But this is basically the level. If it's a perfect world, you want to see a 1-to-1 relationship. But at a bare minimum, you want one of the targets to get smacked. And the first target is at $41,000. So the minimum requirement for wave C is it took the low of A. The minimum fib target for wave C is that it at least takes the 0.618. Most commonly the levels below 786, 121. I mean, guys, I think there's low probability that price is going to go below zero. So let's just stick to the, the closest target, 0.618 or 786, which is $30,000. Let's just go to the log scale. I just want to see how the targets change here on the log scale. And I want to make sure that I have my log scale enabled. Yeah, because it is better to do higher time frame analysis using the log scale. Much better, guys. So first target is $52,000. 786, $45,000. 1-to-1 extension, $39,000. So if I had to think of a bear market target, okay, because I know there's people keeping score. They like, Devil said this, Andy said this, Jerome Powell, not Jerome Powell. What is that? Guys, there's many other people. I saw the comment yesterday inside of one of Andy's live streams. Okay, so if I have to give a target for the bear market, I would say $40,000 maximum. I don't think there's a high probability that price will break down below $40,000. So if I have to throw a target out there, I would say $40,000. Okay, between $45,000 and $40,000. I don't think price is going to go down this low. Okay, 1-to-1 relationship is basically what you want to see. It's most common to see a 1-to-1 relationship. You have your connector wave in the middle. Beautiful balance between these two structures. 1-to-1 relationship. Okay, and then I can get a little bit more creative and say that, well, okay, if I take a fib from the low to the high, where does that put Bitcoin? That puts Bitcoin at now the 0.5 Fibonacci, basically this consolidation area. So you can now see that there's price action supporting a dump here as well. This consolidation area, okay, can provide support, which is $40,000, $39,000. If I go to the regular scale, because I know there's a lot of people that say it needs to be the 786. Okay, because if you use the regular scale and you go, oh, sorry guys, my camera has overheated. I'll just give it, I did say during the beginning of the live stream that this could happen. Just giving my camera 10 minutes to cool off. Let me just put that out the way. There we go. So I know that a lot of people on YouTube are talking about the 786. Let me just clean it up. Do you guys see this level? I haven't personally done this, guys, but I've seen a lot of people talk about when you go and backtest the previous bull cycles against the bear markets, most commonly this is the level that gets the bounce. And you can see that that lines up with my prediction, which is also the 1-to-1 extension on the log scale, which is also the 786 on the regular scale, which is the 0.5 on the logarithmic scale. Okay, this zone over here, which is basically this consolidation. You can see how price found support, okay, in this area. So from a price action perspective, if price had to fall down again, where's the next price action support zone? It's here. So that is where price can find support again. Okay. Next area is between $29,000 and $24,000. And I know from experience that if price gets here, you know how, bearish people and how emotional people get. When price gets here, everyone's going to scream for this level. And then it gets a bounce. And then it gets a bounce. And then, you guys know how the emotional roller coaster works most often. But yeah, interesting to look at these higher time frame scenarios as well. Guys, the reason I'm spending so much time here on the higher time frame is because my alarm has still not gone off, and I'm only interested in a trade once my alarm goes off. Okay, I've already have my trading plan for today, and my alarm has still not gone off. So if you're asking yourself, if you've just joined the live stream, why am I not doing analysis on this little structure? I've already done an hour and 20 minutes of analysis on this little structure, how I'm planning to trade it. I have my alarms set and my alarms have not gone off, so not interested in a trade at the moment. I am in a long position over here, which is already protected. So if I get stopped out, I won't lose anything. And so I'm just having some fun here on the higher time frames, just to, because people have asked me, Dewald, what is your prediction for the bear market low? Well, I would say $39,000-$40,000. But now I've shown you how I get to that conclusion. Okay. Let's do this. Right. And it's basically based on structures, guys. You have a structure and you have a structure. Most common target is the one-to-one extension, because these two legs usually has balance between themselves with a connector level in the inside. There's your little connector in the inside. But now you can see that this is a three-wave structure, increasing the probabilities of taking that high. So, yeah, it's basically what I'm seeing over here. I know some people are also saying, well, dear old, what if this is a B, C, and then it falls down in the C wave? Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, guys, but I must say this structure here to the downside really looks like an impulsive structure. Okay, it can be counted as a three-wave structure, A, B, C. So there's a chance, definitely, for a flat. But my directional bias is exactly the same. So basically, this B moves over there. Let's make this simple. Then price forms this. Let me make that a different color or a different degree. But based on all the scenarios that I've just shared, whether this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whether this is a B, C, D, E dump, or whether this is an A, B, C dump, you guys can see I'm looking for more upwards momentum. And I guess through all of this, the last hour that I've spent here on the daily time frame explaining all the scenarios, you can see that I'm still looking for a bigger bounce. And if price had to fall down from where it is at the moment, I don't expect a capitulation. Unless it does this. It needs more time, then it can dump. So that is basically the conclusion, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I will obviously keep the community up to date. If I'm not on YouTube, I am inside of the community. Andy is inside of the community today because he's not in YouTube. If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how to join. I will switch on my camera in a moment. I apologize about my camera being off, but it is overheating because I do have my gas geyser on. So I'm just giving it a couple of minutes to cool down. So Andy says 61K. Yeah, there's a 61K. I just want to see where 61K is. Oh, but 61K has already been claimed. I'm not sure what you mean by 61K. Maybe as a retracement. Yes, this can definitely happen, guys. I have explained this scenario. Okay, price can do, whoops, this. Sorry, doing it wrong. This can be an A in a three-wave structure, a B, and a C. Definitely a possibility. I have discussed the scenario in detail already inside of the live stream. So we are prepared. Also, what you can do to make this simple from a trading perspective, okay, I have discussed the scenario to say also that if price rejects here, I'm looking at the 0.618 for a bounce. Basically an SFP from this low. Okay, let me just change the color back to yellow. A little bit brighter so everyone can see it. Very common common targets for a C wave. I would minimum expect this low to be claimed. So 0.382, 1.618, maximum target, the 2 extension. Of course, this could be an A, B, C, and then it bounces. But locally, this move does not make sense yet. That's the problem. Unless it forms nested 1-2s. So this could be a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. And what I would like to see is high volume in this move, high selling pressure, and I want this mess with decreasing volume. Then the long becomes interesting. So definitely a possibility for this scenario. Okay, most bullish case scenario is that price continues here to the upside. 5-wave move up, always a high. When you have a 5-wave move up, always a high probability for price to form a higher low and take the high again. Because this could be your wave 1, 2, and it rock and rolls in a 3, 4, 5 to the upside. Okay. Good day. Welcome to the live stream. Devilled, any chance for a music change, please? Ah, yeah, let's do that. Let's do this. There we go. I'll put it softer now. I just like this intro. Right, legends. Nice little intro over there. Oh, we have Pac Maria. Much love, Devilled. 7:30 here. Good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Great to see you here. Devil, do you remember the macro analysis from 2025 when we checked 4 annual cycles and then the cycle ended with a dump in August? Did you delete it? Yeah, I need to go and find. I don't think I don't delete anything, but I need to go and find it because the index chart that I did that analysis on stopped. They discontinued that index chart, so I just need to go and find it and then copy all of that information onto the new index chart that I'm using now. But I didn't delete it. I just need to go and find it. Isn't wave B too short in time? Don't we need deeper correction of wave C to the upside to complete majors? Circle wave B in orange. Oh god, you guys are still VSVP. You're still talking about the daily time frame that I've just analyzed. Well, let's go check that out. On the daily time frame, you're basically saying, is this B not too short in time? Because you need to take a time fib from the high to the let me try this again. From the high to the low. No, it's not too short if you measure it this way. If you measure this as a wave A, B, 0 after the 0.382. I'm not sure if this is what you're referring to, or are you talking about the local structure? I'm not sure. Okay. This is still going to happen. Like I said, myself and Andy took a break over the last 2 weeks, and I'm going to continue with this inside of the live stream, the dark side of trading, where I get a little bit more aggressive with my trading, where you see the dark side of my trading, and that gets done inside of the community, privately inside of the community, only for community members. I will not do that on YouTube because I don't want to risk getting the channel banned, but that's where you see a different side of me, where I could be scalping the 1 minute time frame. Who knows? Okay, If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Remember, one of the minimum requirements is to sign up with one of my affiliate partners. Kraken is new. We have Mr. Kraken over here. A lot of people ask for Kraken. And make a minimum deposit of $500, which is your money to trade with, withdraw, whatever you want to do. Okay, you're not giving me that $500. It's your money in your account, but that gives you access into the community and extended access to use the free tools. So guys, this is basically my analysis here on the higher time frames. Looking at this structure here on the daily time frame, I must say, let me just put the music a little bit softer, that there's, guys, it's just probabilities. Nothing's ever guaranteed. That there's a higher chance to get a bigger bounce here to the upside. Even if price takes the low. Even if price falls down here and takes the low, there's a higher chance to get a bounce back up, just basically sweeping the lows, than to see a drop. And that's also got to do with this. This could be a 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5, but I'm still expecting the bounce. Still expecting the bounce. Worst case scenario. Okay, this impulse is not done. It's a double 1 2. It needs another 5. Or it's done 1 2 3 4 5. But then I expect a larger correction. I still need to see a larger three-wave structure up. Or it's an A, B, C, D, E dump. Okay, still expecting a move up. Or this is a 1 2 3 4 5, still expecting a move up, with or without claiming the low. So that's basically what I see here from a larger time frame perspective. Guys, remember, it's technical analysis. Things can get invalidated, and this is why I use the words. Let me do this. Look you sexy people in the eyes. Let's see. Hello, hello. Come on, camera. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. Yay, I'm back. Camera has cooled down a little bit. There we go. Now you can look me into my eyes again. So, hope that makes sense, guys. I've been here. You've been hearing my voice. It's just my camera needed to cool down a little bit. Let me just maybe put off the gas geyser, the gas heater, so that the camera can stay nice and cool. Okay, let's do a little bit of comments. Here we go. Is Mr. Mark in the house? Hey, Mr. Mark. How is life in Patagonia? Welcome to the live stream. Always great to see the moderators here. Mark, great to see you here. Thanks for joining the live stream. This is a little bit of a marathon live stream, Mr. Mark Dutch. I don't know if you're going to have the time, okay, to stay here all the way, but I appreciate the moderators, you know, just popping here into the comment section, keeping the conversations going, moderating the comments. Much love. Always appreciated. Dear would love that shirt. It's very similar to the shirt of Real Bedford, a soccer team here in the UK who are funded with BTC. Great. Well, I didn't know that. Bluffman actually sent me this shirt, guys. I'm not sure if I've shown you before. I need to stand. Let me take the mic out the way. Let me just show you what the shirt looks like. And then okay, so nice little shirt with my name at the back, my favorite numbers. And yeah, so nice of the team. They sent me a message a couple of months ago asking for my shirt size. You know, it's so difficult, guys, because I ordered the shirt way too big. But at least, you know, it's rather big and it still fits, than too small and you can't wear it. And then they asked me, well, what would you want printed at the back? And I said, well, just put my name and my favorite numbers. So they I didn't even know I was going to get the shirt. I thought they're just asking me, I'll never get it. And then, yeah, it arrived here at my house. So kudos to the Bluffin team. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Second one, much. Hi, welcome to the live stream. Cool down, it's winter. And yes, it is winter here in South Africa, so it's very cold. Well, I suppose very cold is relative. It depends on where you are from the world. So here in South Africa, I would say the coldest day here where I'm staying is about 0 to -1. That's the coldest days we experience. It's usually, it averages here between 5 and 10 degrees Celsius during the winter. Well, it depends on where in South Africa you stay. Okay, if you are in the coastal regions, then it can, average on 20 degrees Celsius, and then some areas -5, -10. Just depends on where you stay in South Africa. But here by my house, specifically inside of the house, for some reason, it's very cold. It's always like 2 or 3 degrees colder inside of my house than outside. So I like to go and sit outside on a chair in the sun and just bake a little bit like a lizard. And then inside of the house, I have to switch on the gas heaters just to warm it up a little bit. Devil, what's your camera? Did you try lowering the settings as bitrate and resolution? I can help you share your camera's model. I'll tell you now which one I have. Yes, I know someone has told me, Devil, you need to lower something in the camera and then it won't overheat. This camera is not supposed to switch off when it overheats, but it still does. So maybe I have the settings too high. So I will tell you now which one I have. Let me just do this. I sent it to someone the other day because they wanted to buy a camera as well. It's the Sony ZV-E10. Still an old little camera, but it's a nice little entry-level mirrorless camera. ZV-E10. Let me see if I can copy and paste that. And then maybe you can send me a Telegram message or something, and then you can help me with that. I will really appreciate that. There we go. That's the camera that I have. Look at those abs. Unemployment claims in 18 minutes. There we go. 15 minutes. 15 minutes from now, we do have some high impact news. Thanks for pointing that out. Oof, we have some bullish CVD building, a little bit of berry seed. Oh, there's a little bit of a mix. There's a little bit of a mix here everywhere. Let me just refresh this. But let's go to the economic calendar. Let me make this a little bit bigger so everyone can see. Today we have retail sales month on month. So I'm already positioned and in a position, and my position is protected. So, okay, let's see. Hopefully maybe that gives us that little long that I'm looking for. Devil the model. Can you look at Lab USD on the 1 day time frame? Okay, I will look at some altcoins in a moment, guys. I'm still going to be here for a while. I just know that some people don't like it when I look at altcoins because then they jump off the stream. So I prefer to look at altcoins and commodities that more people are interested in. So maybe we'll do a little bit of a vote. Okay, I'll put a couple of altcoins in a poll and then we can vote for which one you want me to look at. But I don't know this lab USDT. Maria, thanks for that message yesterday in the community. I think you sparked some decent conversation. Maria basically shared her trading journey, very authentic message inside of the community yesterday. It was absolutely wonderful to listen to. And it's great to see where you came from and where you are today. And for those of you that don't know, Maria is one of our community members that has really taken to heart what myself and Andy teach here in the live streams inside of the community. When I do private live streams, the analysis we post inside of the community, and specifically the D-line strategy, because it is an easy strategy to trade. It just needs a little bit more patience. It's not like swing failure patterns, and it gives you more time to plan your trade, your stop loss, your TP. And Maria is nailing the D-line strategy. So well done, Maria. I can see your money shots. She's not just saying that she's entering trades and making money. She's showing everyone as well. So super great to see that. Product placement, lol. Looks good, Deerwold. Lizard, Gecko, Deerwold. I do actually have Mr. Elliott. You guys know that I always talk about Elliott wave theory. I do actually have Mr. Elliott in my office. If you don't believe me, I do have Mr. Elliott in my office. He does get a little bit grumpy when I try and pick him up. He does get grumpy. Okay, Mr. Elliott wave does not like to get bothered. Yeah, that's a good one. Right, there's the model number that I know. Yes, known. Yes, I know the camera. I'm checking for you where to go in settings. That would be what you could also do. I'm not sure. Are you in Wahab? What a username. If you are inside of the community, I'm not sure if you're inside of the community. You can just send me a message inside of the community as well. Okay. But I'm sure I can do some research on ChatGPT as well. But I basically, when I bought the camera, because I'm not a camera person, okay, when I bought the camera and took it out the box and I saw the menu, I was just like, I have no idea what to do here. I just need to stream. That's all I need to do. So I went on to ChatGPT. I took pictures of the settings on the little screen and I asked him, tell me what I need to do. And he told me step by step, do this, do this, do this. And I did exactly what ChatGPT told me to do it. And I set up the camera and here it is. Okay. But now I have this issue where it's overheating and switching off. Although I do have the setting enabled not to switch off during overheating, it still switches off. But when I have my gas heater off, it doesn't overheat for some reason. Anyways, ETH and gold could be nice. Yes, I actually think ETH and gold would be nice as well. Because, I mean, ETH is the queen of the alts. And everyone is interested in gold because of the massive rally that it had. According to a high time frame, don't you think that there is a lot of people talking about low of bear market around 40k? I don't know. Maybe it depends on your algorithm on YouTube and social media, but I haven't personally seen a lot of people talk about 40k. I've seen a lot of people talking about lower numbers, 25. I've seen a lot of people talk about 25, and I've seen a lot of people talk about 52. But I have seen some people talk about 40, but it depends on who you follow, who you watch. But yeah, let's see. It's just based on technicals. 1-to-1 extension takes you to $39,000. So, but guys, it needs to be a range. It can't be, for me, it's not a specific number. $39,000, 943 and 21 cents. Now, you're never going to be able to get that prediction. But I would say between 40 and 38. I will give it a zone, a $2,000 zone. Between $40,000 and $38,000, I think is a good bear market low that could get a bounce. Due to the fact that most of the market participants must lose their money, how would you see a possibility that downtrend from 126 is ending with an descending wedge? And Patrick, I think you're going to have to, if you're inside of the community, send me a picture of what you mean. I'm a picture person. Okay, it's going to be difficult for me to try and figure out what you're trying to explain over here. Please include Cardano. Would be interesting to see if anyone is interested. Hi, Devil. I hear you from South Africa. I know one girl, she a world recorder of wine, and she don't have money for Nietzsche competition in Olympia, and a coach here and father. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Told me that don't have money for discuss, so if it is superior country. Simone Kruger. Okay, well, I don't know how to get in contact with her. Okay, interesting to know. But I mean, there's 65 million people in South Africa. It's difficult for me to trace someone down. Okay, I am the community. I am in the community. How to use the free tool? You select this link down in the YouTube description that you see right now. You select this link. If you are in the community, you can click on this link. It might just ask you to sign up. You can use your Google to sign up or something to sign up, or use an email and a password to sign up to access all of the features. You don't have to sign up, but then you'll still get the basic access. If you sign up, you get all the features. Okay. If you are inside of the community, you will always have free access to this tool. If you do not want to be part of our community, but you still want access to the tool, you still have to sign up with one of my affiliate links. So if you're in the community, you get free access. If you don't want the community, you still have to sign up to maintain free access going forward. Okay, for now, it's for free for everyone. For now, I just want to make that clear. For now, if you click that link, it's for free. Okay, we are going to implement another thing very soon that it's going to check whether you've signed up with one of my links. And if you did, you will get free access. If you did not, then you won't have free access anymore. You'll only have access to like limited features. Guys, it costs money, development time, project management. For those of you that do run businesses, works in corporate environment, okay, building tools like this doesn't just fall out of the sky. It takes a lot. It takes a big development team building it, putting it together. So, and we have to, see that people are supporting us in order to give them access to the tool, free access to the tool. And you are basically, if you think about it logically, when you sign up with one of these exchanges, not only do you get the best deals that these exchanges has to offer, okay, you're trading your own money like you used to anyways. You're not paying anything extra. You're actually getting better deals, and you get free access to the community. Well, you get access to the community and access to the free tools. Basically, just by trading how you usually trade. You don't have to trade more. Now, all of a sudden, you have to place 10 trades a day. No, you just trade like you usually trade. Okay, but you show me that you support me and Andy, and then you get access to these tools. And by supporting us, okay, that funds gives us the money that we need to keep on building more and more and giving you guys more and more and more. We don't like altcoins. It's such a conundrum, Maria, is that a lot of people want to look at their favorite altcoin. And for me, I only have to trade one commodity, one asset, one altcoin. I only have to trade one thing to make money. I don't need to trade Ethereum and Cardano and XRP and gold and this, because you make so much work for yourself. You have to analyze all of these charts. You're going to feel like a chameleon on a Smarty box. You're not going to know which color to go to, right? By trading more than one asset, you're making so much work for yourself, and you're exposing your cash to so much more risk. If you stick to one commodity, one asset, one Bitcoin, one thing to trade, you can then master that thing, and you could potentially even make more money trading one thing because you are focused. You're building a relationship, okay, with ETH, or you're building a relationship with Bitcoin or with gold or with the Nasdaq or the S&P 500. It's one of the best pieces of advice that a professional trader gave me once when I started out. He was just like, Devil, if you want to make money, stick to one thing. Don't confuse yourself. Just stick to one thing. If you're getting really experienced and you are getting bored because the one thing maybe you are shorting and you're looking for longs, then maybe extend it to two things. Maybe trade oil and gold, for example, or Bitcoin but in different classes. So if you're trading in the crypto space, choose one asset like Bitcoin, because everything else is going to follow Bitcoin. But then look at something in oil or gold that does the opposite. So you're making more. For me, that's the advice that the best advice that I've been, one of the best pieces of advice that I've been given is that you don't need to trade more things to make more money. You need to master the one thing that you are doing perfectly to be successful in trading. Guys, I do 99% of my trading on Bitcoin, and this is why I always talk about Bitcoin, because I'm looking for those trading opportunities in Bitcoin. Okay. Yes, can I trade ETH? I can. Can I trade Cardano? I can. But I don't need to, because I'm making enough money just by trading Bitcoin. And I know the personality. I know the rhythm of Bitcoin. I've done all my analysis, the work that I put in there, the hours that I spend every morning analyzing the chart. You know, now I have to times that by 2 or 3. It's not my cup of tea, okay? When it's proper bull market and there's a proper alt season, I do stick my fingers into the altcoins as well, because it's easy to play the D-line. Maria, you know, very easy to play the D-line strategy in a proper bull market where the altcoin season is in full effect. Oh, there's money just flying out of heaven if you can apply the right trading strategy. What about up to 130k to form B and 41 to C? You're basically saying up to. Oh, okay, I'm with you. But then you're talking about an ABC flat. So yeah, I have a little bit of a problem, but it's not an invalidation. Okay, you have to label this. So basically, okay, let's just start off easy. You're basically saying this. I think you said 100 and you're basically saying that. That is a possibility. Definitely a possibility. Okay. B then has to retrace 90% of A. Yeah, now I think this would shock the world, guys. This would shock the world. Okay, let me just and then I'll discuss the probabilities for the scenario. Let's do that. Okay, so you basically, there we go. Let's make this solid. There we go. So B in this scenario has to retrace 90 at least. That's the minimum target of wave A. This is basically what the comment referred to. Okay, this is most common and a requirement if A is a 3-wave structure. And I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A is a 5-wave structure, which means B does not have to go there. B can do this and fall down. B can be done and price can fall down. So if with high probability I can count the move to the downside, this structure, if there's a higher chance to count this structure as a 3-wave structure, I would say then B has to go to $117,000. The problem is it looks more like a 5-wave structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count a 3-wave structure, but there's problems with a 3-wave structure. Let me show you. The only 3-wave structure that makes more or less sense over here is a WXY. A, B, C, W. A, B, C, X. Okay. A, B, C, Y. Now there's a 3-wave structure for this point. So A moves there. B has to retrace 90% of this entire move. Okay. But now this is the beauty about probabilities in Elliott wave theory. I now need to compare these structures against each other. So the first thing that I usually do is to say that, well, how long did it take W? Because W and Y has to have a relationship with each other, because X is the connector wave. Okay, W and Y has to have a relationship. That's your connector wave. So the first thing that I do is I take a time fib to say, well, how long did it take W to form versus X or Y? And Y is more than 3 to almost 4 times longer than W, so it's out of balance. So you can see that it's not an invalidation, okay? But it starts impacting the probabilities. And therefore, from a probability perspective, I will say that this can happen, but it has a lower probability than the other scenarios that I've just discussed. Sometimes a low probability scenario do play out, especially on the smaller time frames. The only way I can count a nice little three-wave structure is an ABC, okay, in W, and an ABC in Y. Y is very long. Y is very long compared to W. Can you see the difference? So although it's not an invalidation, it impacts probabilities. So yes, you can count it as a three-wave structure, but this is the beauty about LF wave theory, is because you can come up with so many scenarios and start confusing yourself with all the scenarios, okay? But then you need to start thinking about probabilities. You measure the structure. How long did it take this structure? How long did it take the next structure? What does the corrective connector wave look like? Okay, then based on everything, you can come up with conclusions to say that, well, based on everything, it looks like these scenarios takes higher probability. And then you get your probabilities and you start focusing on specific scenarios. And that is unfortunately where the experience in Elliott wave theory comes from, is to say that anyone can come up with scenarios, but a good technical analyst, okay, will give probabilities for each scenario. Because if you just have 10 scenarios on every single structure that unfolds in front of you, you're not going to be able to know what to trade. But if you can come up with 10 scenarios and narrow it down to 2 or 3, then you have invalidations and you know which one to trade. And unfortunately, that comes with experience. And the reason I say unfortunately is because people don't like the word experience. They want to make money now. They want to make money today. Now. They want to double their accounts. Okay? Unfortunately, trading does not work like that. It's a business. It's a job. You need to put in the work. It's not easy. You have to be consistent. You have to have rules. Especially if you want to be in this game for years and years. If you want to be, if I still want to be trading when I'm 70 years old with my big gray beard and no more hair and my freckles and my, okay, if I still want to be here on YouTube telling and sharing how I trade in 30 years from now and 40 years from now, I need to put in the work and I need to stick to my rules and I need to maintain my risk management. If I'm going to, I could tell you guys now, if I'm going to try and double my account every month or every second month, I'm not going to be here for long. I might get lucky a couple of times and show you guys a $5 million trade profits. And then one day is going to come where I'm going to say, guys, I've been liquidated. Because that's how it works, unfortunately, is that some people can show off massive wins, profits that's shooting through the roof, and then one day they're gone because they're not consistent. They're risking too much. They're not following their rules. They got lucky maybe once or twice. Okay, I don't trade with luck. I trade with a plan. I trade with good risk management. I still want to trade when I'm 80 years old because I love it. I really love trading. Putting the puzzle pieces together, outsmarting the market, because that's basically what it's about. I'm outsmarting the market. I'm showing the market makers, I just took $20,000 from you. You know, it's a great feeling to outsmart the market, but you have to be very disciplined, have your rules, have your system in place, execute your plan. Right, legends, it has been 3 hours here inside of this live stream. I told myself I'm going to take a 5-minute break every hour. I have not taken a break in 2 hours now, so I'm going to take a 5-minute break. My alarms have still not gone off. I'm still waiting for this trades. I will talk about the trades that I'm looking at again in this local 15-minute time frame. I do have my alarm set. So if I'm taking my walk around the house, I'm just going to stretch my legs and go play and throw my ball at the dogs. Wait, let me rephrase. I'm going to go throw a ball at the dogs, play some fetch. I'll be back in before 5 minutes. And if my alarm does go off, I will obviously run back and look for the trading look for the trading opportunity. Price is taking a... Oof, is it going to happen now? Is it going to happen now? Let me just get this ready. Maybe I can still take a break. I just really need a bathroom break, a cold drink break. Yeah, okay guys. So let me get this ready quick. Where I'm looking for the long, if I'm not here. Okay. Is here. This is where I'm looking for the long. There's a order block. Where did I save that now? Local support. Here we go. You see, that took me a while. Price is at support. A little bit further down. And a little bit further down. So basically, if price does not get a bounce here, it needs to dip and get back above. If it does not do that, no trade. Then I'm waiting for the next level or the next level. That's basically my trading plan. I'm looking for longs. Here's the brushes. Okay. Right, legends, I do have my alarm set at this point of control, naked point of control. I'm just going to take a 5-minute break. I will be back in less than 5 minutes. Let me switch on my little texty text over here. Now that I've discussed what I'm looking for. Here we go. I'm just going to take a quick break while price takes a little dump here to the downside. But now you know my plan. Okay. Yeah. Let me take the quick break. Otherwise, I'm not going to stop talking.
Silent scream, heartbeat loud in the in-between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I haven't met. I've been down where the doubt is loud. I've been lost in the digital crowd. But the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantees, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. Late night glow from a silent screen. Heartbeat loud in the in-between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I have. I've been down with it loud. I've been lost in a digital crowd.
but the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantee, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I'll rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway.
There we go. I am back. Price is approaching my trading zone. Now we just wait. I have my wife just got me this beautiful what do you call it, a caramel frappuccino. So nice of her to spoil me like this. And I still have my smoothie, so I'm first going to finish my smoothie quick. Okay guys, I'm now waiting for my trading opportunity. I'm going to go here into the 5-minute time frame. And this is baked. Do I still have that fib? Okay, while price is still, I just want to do this fib again quick. I think I might have deleted it or something. My chart does get a little bit messy when I'm looking for my trade. Okay, come on, snap on. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. I just want to make these lines a little bit thinner. Zoom back in. Okay. This is where I'm looking for the trade, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, it could be an SFP from the low. There's the alarm going off. That's a profit, but this is the zone that I'm very interested in, but it could literally just swing the lows and bounce back up. But it does look, the structure does look like it needs another 4 and a 5. So what I'm seeing here is a 1, 2, 3. It needs a 4 and a 5. Okay, so let's see how this plays out. I think I got stopped out of my long. Yeah, I got stopped out of my long attempt from this morning at break even. I actually a little bit of profits, not much. I did take a long over here. Took profits on the way up just to protect position, cover my stop loss. Position was protected. Now I got stopped out. It's getting the bounce. It's getting the bounce. Okay, so I might just I would like to see a 5-way structure to the downside, but price is falling in with decreasing volume. That's what I like to see. The lows, if the lows gets taken with decreasing volume, I like to see that. So just for the fun of it, I'm going to build a little position over here. I'm going to start off small because I might add to this position a little bit. I actually want to see a 5-way structure to the downside, and this is why I'm going in very light with where price is at the moment. Okay, I'm basically just playing this SFP because I do see the potential for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, or maybe a deeper 5. If it bounces from here, then I am already in a small trade, so at least I'll make some money. If price dips below, I will add a little bit to my position here, and I'm going to place my stop loss at the 1.236. As price gets the bounce, I will protect position. Guys, there's many ways to trade this. You just need to follow your plan at the end of the day. But basically, this is the zone where I'm looking for my long. This is the zone. Yeah, that was such a sneaky little SFP. But that's the zone where I'm looking for the long. There we go. I can actually take this out the way. That's the zone that I'm looking for the long. So usually if I don't know where to put my stop loss, there's a couple of ways in which you can do it. One thing that I can do is to say that, well, how much am I prepared to risk for this trade? Because I know it can claim the highs. Okay, that's the potential for this trade, is to go and claim the highs. That's the potential. So how much can I risk? Okay, so what I will sometimes do is I will say, okay, I'm willing to risk 1% for this trade. 1% is over there. Or I can choose to say that, well, I'm just going to use the fib level as my next stop loss, and I'll take a 0.47% knock. So you can use your longing and shorting tool to determine where you want to put your stop loss in terms of how much you're willing to risk for this trade. So this is my trading setup at the moment, because I don't want to be wicked out of a position. Okay, sometimes what happens is price does this and it does that. Okay, I don't want to be wicked out of the position and then price runs without me. So there's a couple of ways in which you can trade it. The most aggressive way is you enter. This is often sometimes what I do as well. Price pushes up, I take profits, I protect position, I get stopped out. I enter again. I enter again. I can have many attempts, but I don't want to trade this aggressive today. I just want to take a nice little relaxed trade over here. I'm giving my stop loss a little bit of room. I'm only risking a 0.4% stop loss, and I'm going to risk 1% of my portfolio, and I think I'm in at 0.3 at the moment, or even less, 0.2 at the moment. I need to finish the smoothie. It's starting to get warm. Been talking way too much. Okay, while we wait for price to do its thing, I'm just going to finish my smoothie. If price is going to still claim the low again, okay, it needs to do it here. It needs to reject here and claim the low again, because that could be your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If price claims the 0.618, there's a higher probability for price to continue to the upside. Remember guys, I'm only sharing with you how I approach the markets. If you do not know what you are doing and why I'm taking this trade, I encourage you not to take the trade. Okay, because I'm managing my risk like a king. Like I said, I still want to trade for the next 40 years, 50 years. Well, hopefully I can still trade after 50 years, but right, it's about preserving capital, managing risk. That's what it's about. Yeah, back in 5 minutes is the top, you're right. Devil, show liquidity at 1-to-1. Is there liquidity at the 1-to-1? Price is pushing up here. If the low is going to be claimed again, this is where the rejection needs to take place. I have so many. I just want to take some of the stuff here out the way, guys. Which one is it? This one. If the low is going to be claimed again, price needs to reject. Yeah. If price claims invalidation, the invalidation is a higher chance for price to continue up, unless it forms a diagonal. A diagonal usually carries the lowest probability. What I do like to see here at the moment is that price is falling on lower volume. Well, fell on lower volume. I do like to see this. Okay, I do like to see that. This could be a completed C wave here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C, then dump again. Or definitely a possibility. Or, now always so many scenarios. You need, at some point, you just need to pull the trigger with great risk management. 0.5 getting the rejection at the moment. If price can follow through here, yes, because this does look like a three-wave structure, but let me see, this could be your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. But if price rejects here, falls down, there's a chance to still get the bounce in the green box. Remember guys, if I'm not on YouTube, I'm sharing these trades inside of the community. Andy is inside of the community today. If you want to join the community, my community, where I share what I do from a trading perspective, private live streams as well, that will definitely start next week. Send me the word access, there's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join the community. Okay, because I can't always be on YouTube, and that's where I spend my time inside of the community. So I want to go and look at liquidity. Let's see. There's a pocket of liquidity here at the bottom, but CVD is so bullish. There's a little bit of a mix, but I'm talking about the Bybit USDT specifically. Okay. a little bit of bullish CVD building up here. I'm not sure if you guys can see this. Between the low of the structure, between where price is now, there's bullish CVD building up here on the Bybit Bros. So there's a chance to take out the high. Okay. Yeah, I'm not spotting any bearish CVD as yet for the moment. Let's do this. Let's just see what's happening here more locally. Yeah, local bearish CVD against that pivot. So there's a chance to take that low again. That would be great. I would love to see this, guys. I would love to see this for price to sweep the lows again, because then it's a nice little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get the bounce. Okay, this was just a cheeky little SFP because of what happened last night. Price just ran away from my short. I don't want to miss it again. So I would rather have a little bit more of a relaxed trade today. That's my trading setup. Lose 1% if I'm wrong. And look for the next trade. Or it bounces, happy days, taking profits to the upside. Okay. Remember, guys, I'm just sharing with you how I'm trading. You could have a different plan. Execute your plan. Don't let me influence your trading plan. What's most important is to have a trading plan and execute upon your trading plan. I am just sharing with you how I'm trading the markets. Okay, finally, my lunch is finished. I usually finish this in 10 minutes. Today it's taken me 3.5 hours. But before I end the stream, I will tell everyone what this is. My trade, I call it my trader smoothie. Now I can focus on my frappuccino. Okay, I don't really... All the seeds in the smoothie now stuck in my teeth. I don't really want to jump off the structure at the moment, because this is the moment that I've been waiting for. So I'm paying attention. I am doing this trade a little bit more relaxed today, guys. I am doing it a little bit more relaxed. Usually when I'm focused and I'm by myself, okay, I will have the attempts on every rejection. So usually what I will do when I'm trading by myself is I will play this SFP. Okay, and that will be my trade. I will get in there. Okay, I'm obviously targeting higher, and obviously I will take profits when I can, but that will be my trading setup. If price moves down, stops me out, then I'll have another trade and another trade, and I can have many attempts, get stopped out at break even with a small little loss or with a little bit of profits until price turns around, because I'm a very persistent trader. But if I take 2 losses, I'm not talking about break even trades. If I take 2 losses, I stop trading. I don't trade for the rest of the day. I'm only allowed to trade the next day, and that's my trading rules. So, but today I'm doing it a little bit more relaxed. Okay. It's just about how much I'm willing to risk. And I know Andy likes to trade like this as well. He always says, give your stop loss a little bit of breathing room. I'm like, okay, I'm giving my stop loss today a little bit of breathing room. Because you don't want to get wicked out of a position and it leaves without you. I just want to close some stuff here in the background. My emotions are not struggling inside me. I have client calls this afternoon, would much prefer sit here and hang out with you, crew deal all afternoon. I mean, guys, I am here for quite a time. I'm already here for 3.5 hours, still planning to stay here for a while. So, I mean, I know some of you might not have the time to stay inside the live stream the entire time, but I did dedicate today to just, be here and show people how I trade, what my plan is, how I execute it. And yeah, so I understand. I mean, if you have a 9 to 5, you have responsibilities. This is my 9 to 5. I trade. And I educate and I show people how to do it. Or how I trade, okay? I need to be careful with the words that I use. I can only share with you how I approach the markets. I don't want to scare anyone out of their trading plan. I would like another low. It would be so nice to get another low. But I mean, I am positioned if it wants to run here to the upside. If price taps the 0.618, I'm going to protect this position. If it then falls and stop, I'll look for a fresh trade. If price does this and falls again, I will look for a fresh trade. Okay. But if price taps the 0.618, I'm going to protect this position. And I'm not going to have that big stop loss anymore. We'll see. We'll see. I just want to see something else here. Yeah, because what could happen here? Price can claim, I'm just trying to see if there's a scenario where price claims the 0.618 and still takes the low. So maybe I need to stick to my plan because this could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. Takes the 0.618, still forms an impulse, ending diagonal, basically an ending diagonal. And it does look very three-wavy, I must say. I'm not going to go into the smaller time frames. This can be a three-wave, 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 bounce. Okay, so I think I'm just going to stick to my plan. I'm not going to protect position when the 0.618 gets tapped. Unless, maybe this is where I will protect my position. If price taps the top of that channel, I will protect my position. That's my plan. Yes, I like that plan. Because that's an invalidation for the contracting diagonal. So I can actually take that flip out the way. That's basically my invalidation. Because what I'm looking at here is to say that, well, this could be your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then gets the bounce. We'll see. Nothing's ever guaranteed, and this is why I'm trading with a stop loss. I do like that volume is decreasing. I do like that. That's a good sign. It's something nice to see. Volume is decreasing between that low and that low. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, there is always a bearish case scenario, and this is why I'm trading with a stop loss. And I know, guys, you might be getting gut full of me Okay, tired of me hammering on risk management. But I think this is what makes myself and Andy's channel special, is because we never stop focusing on risk management, because that's what keeps us in the game. That's what keeps us successful as traders. Most bearish case scenario is that price is forming a 1, 2, 1, 2, and it just capitulates to the downside. This is why I cannot just build a position and close my eyes and hope for the best. I need to have invalidations, look for trades, re-enter if I have to, manage my position size. Okay, while we wait for this, let me go through some comments. Remember guys, if I'm not on YouTube, I am inside of the community. Andy is spending his day inside of the community today. You will not be on YouTube. If you guys are wondering, Andy will not do a live stream or a video update today. He's spending his time inside of the community today, and then I need to check our schedule. I'm not sure if Andy will be tomorrow. Anyways, if we're not on YouTube, we are inside of YouTube. If we're not in YouTube, we're inside of the community. Okay, that's where the action happens. And if you want to be part of the community, send me the word access. There's my Telegram, to Telegram, the word access, and then you'll receive the instructions on how you can join the community. One of the requirements is to sign up with one of the affiliates links down below. Kraken is a new one. It's not a new exchange. It's just the first time that I'm promoting it. Okay, we got a nice little deal with Kraken where you guys get a better deal, better sign-up bonuses and things like that. And then that also gives you access to the community. Okay. Okay. Price got the bounce. It's a valid, guys, it's a valid SFP. You know, from a trading perspective, I mean, this is what you love to see. You have a naked point of control, swing the low, got the bounce. It's great. If it does it again, great. Can have another attempt. If it does it here, then I can have a better entry. Let me do this. First time here, really enjoy your content, looking to develop a strategy. That's great. Just lifetime plan to your group. Just lifetime plan to your group. We do have a lifetime plan for our community. Okay. Or the simplest way, because you're going to have to pay for the lifetime access to the community. The simplest way is to use one of the affiliate links down below. Deposit a minimum deposit of your money to trade with, and then you get access to the community. You don't have to pay anything. And as long as you're trading and keeping your account active, like just trade like you usually do, we will extend your access. Damn, this takes patience. Yes, it does. Okay, 0.618 has been claimed. So it's now the diagonal that I'm keeping an eye on. If this diagonal gets invalidated, there's a good chance that price could move higher. Let's see how this plays out. Okay. Where's the value area of the VWAP? Now, that VWAP is always a great profit-taking area. If price shoots up here, if price does this, ka-ching, okay, I'm going to take some profits from the long that I took here. And protect position. I will protect my position. If you don't know what protect position means, is that I will move my stop loss to just above my entry price, so that if price moves against me, I get stopped out with that profits that I took. Because sometimes when you leave your stop loss here, you take profits, price comes back down, you lose all the profits. I like to pay myself, I don't know about you, but I like to pay myself as a trader. I really enjoy paying myself as a trader. I'm not sure about you. Someone also, I think it was Alan in our community made a comment yesterday just to say the most important thing for him is taking profits. People don't take enough profits. People are always expecting bigger moves and they don't take profits. So they take many trades that are successful. They are in profits, but they're still losing money because they're not taking profits. And I couldn't agree more with Alan. It's such a great thing. I mean, guys, we have many experienced traders inside of our community. That's why it's also awesome to be inside the community, because it's not just myself and Andy. It's all the other experienced traders that share their analysis and their insights as well. And I have had a one-on-one session private call with one of the community members once a couple of months ago. And wow, I mean, some of the community members trade with 10 times the portfolios that I trade with. Some of them are trading with some serious cash. So you can see there's people in the community that take this very, very, very seriously. They cannot afford to just mess around. They take trading very seriously. I asked one of the people that I had a one-on-one session with once, why are you in the community if you're trading with such a large portfolio? I mean, can't you do this by yourself? Why be in the community in the first place? And he told me, Devil, my risk management is excellent, but I suck at technical analysis. So I use your and Andy's technical analysis to make trading decisions based on my plan, and those are the trades that I take. I was just like, okay. Well done. I mean, it just shows that risk management is more important than technical analysis. You still need technical analysis in order to take the trade, but it's risk management that keeps you in the game. So some interesting insights that I get from community members. A, B. Something else, guys, I'm just looking at, and this is why it's always important for me to take profits when price hits resistance. Price can still do this, because this can be a 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oops, wait, let me do this again. 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to give this the highest probability because 4 is very long compared to 2. But this could be an A, B, C. Then it creates the fifth wave and bounces. The only problem is this is very large compared to that little mini second wave over there. Can you guys see? It's a mini, tiny little second wave over there. Remember, guys, there's always many scenarios, okay? You just have to trade the probabilities with great risk management, enter at support, resistance, take profits. If you're in a long, take profits at resistance. If you're in a short, take profits at support. That is what I do. I'm just sharing with you how I trade the markets, because just like that, price can turn against you, just like that. Welcome to the community. Jojin Kang, VWAP at 64,400. Yeah, more or less 64,328 at the moment. It could still drop a little bit depending on how price performs here at the bottom. Okay, but usually when price, for me, when I'm in a trade, people always ask me, Devil, where's TP1? Always. Devil, where's TP1? For me, VWAP, TP1 always. It's the simplest way. I do like to look at consolidation areas like this as well. And I can already tell you, when price gets into the middle of this range there, okay, when price gets there, that's usually where I start taking profits already. Because I know it's resistance. It's struggling to get through all of this mess. It's struggling to get through and it rejects. But if you don't know how to read price action, the VWAP is, for me, always a great profit-taking area. You enter TP1, leave a runner, okay? Your trading plan needs to determine how much profits you take where. I can't tell you how to do that. You need to figure that out, okay? How much profits do you want to take where? Something that has worked well for me is that if I went aggressive, like 1 or 2% of my portfolio, which I did not, but if I did go aggressive here, I can tell you now, by the time price gets here, all the way up here, by the time price gets up here, I usually only have 25% left of my position. I've taken most of my profits here, okay, because I'm managing my risk, and I leave 25% on average. Sometimes it's a little bit more, okay, sometimes it's 30, sometimes it's 40%, but I would say more than half of my position, or let's say half of my position, will be taking profits there, and then I leave the runner. So that if I'm wrong, I still get, I paid myself, I made a lot of money. But I went in too light, yeah, I went in a little bit light, so I'm gonna let it run some more. Otherwise, it's not worth the trade for me. I went in way too light with this trade. Which means I need to let it run to make it worth it. Mm-hmm. Hi Devold, I am from EU, and because of MiCA law I've moved from Bluffin to another exchange like OKX, but also paid the lifetime subscription. Is there any problem? I don't think there should be any problem. If you've paid for lifetime subscription, you should still be inside of the community. Okay, if you have any issues, community related, subscription, any community thing related, you can, let me see if I still have it here. You can just Telegram at Mindpillar, just send a message there. If you have any issues, or you're struggling to get in, you do have lifetime access, you've maybe been kicked out by mistake, whatever the case might be, if you have any issues, you can message at Mindpillar on Telegram. Okay. But if you have lifetime access, you shouldn't have, okay, you should still be inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, because that's where most of the action happens when I'm not on YouTube, is you send me the word access to this Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay. Where is it possible good entry if I missed this one? I'm going to say the easiest way is you have to wait for a 5-wave move up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You wait for the retracement, and that becomes your re-entry. If you've missed this entry, that becomes your next longing zone. But I have to see a 5-wave structure up. If price forms a 3-wave structure up, rejects, there's always a chance to take the low again. Okay. And so, if you've missed the long, you have to be patient. Or there's a or. Let me see something here. Let me clean up the chart here. I think there is another way to get into this trade if you are a more conservative trader. Maria, this one is for you. Okay. There's another way to get into this trade. And Maria, Shishima probably already knows about this one. There's another way to get into this trade. That is your other way to get into the trade. You wait for price to break out. Okay, maybe it builds a little bit of a bull flag over there. You can play that breakout. You play that breakout, however your plan desires. Okay, breakout, retest, continuation. There's your opportunity to get in, or there's your opportunity to get in. You wait for momentum to shift. Break trend, retest, continuation, because this structure to the downside really looks like a 3-wave structure with an increased probability to take that high. Unless price does not claim this high. As long as price does not claim this high, there is unfortunately the nested 1-2s. 1, 2, 1, 2. Bang. Falls to the downside. And this is why it's important for me to take profits on the way up. Most bearish case scenario is a double 1-2. And I must say this double 1-2 actually looks very sexy because you have a large first 1-2 and a smaller second 1-2. I love to see the second or third 1-2s becoming smaller. So there's a chance, okay? Right, so let's see how this unfolds. So there's always another way to get into a trade. Okay, D-line strategy. This is the one that Maria loves to trade. And each strategy has pros and cons. The pro of this strategy is you wait for confirmation. You wait for high time frame candles to close outside of the trend. It gives you time to plan this trade properly. You have a lot of time to plan this trade. You're waiting for 15-minute, 1-hour candles to close above. You're targeting the highs, okay, maybe even higher. Okay, that's the benefit. The benefit of a trade like this is it gives you a lot of time to plan. You have to wait. The cons of this strategy is you have to be patient. You have to wait for confirmation and you have a bigger stop loss. So you need to lower position size because that's your stop loss. But Maria has been very successful in this strategy. So have I. Or so am I. I just don't, I must say when price is ranging, I tend to love my SFPs because it gives me better entries. The reason I love SFPs and the reason I've mastered SFPs is because I can be in a profitable trade by the time price gets there. So I'm already in here. By the time price gets here, I'm already in a profitable trade, which means I have a decision I can add to the trade. Or I can take profits already here, protect position and just do nothing. Just wait, just let it play out. And this is the reason I love swing failure patterns, is because it gives me the best possible entries so that I don't have to look for an entry over here. But often what does happen is if I miss this entry, I will look for an entry over here. So I will still get in, partake in the trade, but I will lower my position size because now I'm contending with a 1% stop loss. Super chat, J Jack. Hi Devil, I recently sent you a DM about a project I've been building. Whenever you have a chance, I'd really appreciate you taking a look. Thanks. Oh, is it you, Mr. J Jack? Yeah, I know. Sorry, man. I've just been swamped with so many other things. I think I did respond, and maybe you responded again. But we are chatting. We are chatting. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Do you go on YouTube daily at this time? First time here, I'm learning the ropes. Hey, thank you so much for joining the live stream. On this channel, okay, for those of you that are new, I know there's a lot of new people jumping in every day, especially when I do these longer live streams. On this channel, Mind Pillar Markets, where I'm live right now, it's myself and Andy. Do you guys see the sexy dude and the other dude? I'm just joking. The two sexy dudes over here is myself and Andy. We run the channel together, so we alternate sometimes. Sometimes I will do a morning update, Andy will do an evening update. Then maybe we'll rotate. Andy does a morning update, I do an evening update. When we do these longer live streams, like you'll see, I've been live for almost 4 hours now. Okay, it will only be one of us. So today I will do a long live stream. Tomorrow maybe short updates from myself and Andy. So we try our best, and it's our commitment that there will be content every single day. Either two pockets of content from myself and Andy in the morning and evening, or a nice long live stream like what is happening right now. Okay, so sometimes you might not see me, you might see Andy here, but we are, I'm sure you guys agree, myself and Andy are very similar in our technical analysis. We have slightly different styles and how we approach the markets, Some people prefer Andy, they don't like me, and some people love me and they don't like Andy. Some people love both of us. It's people's taste, and at the end of the day. But I can honestly tell you that there's definitely something to be learned from myself and Andy. We have different styles of trading, different ways of approaching the markets, but there are similarities between us as well, And I think the biggest similarity between myself and Andy is execution and risk management. We always say, myself and Andy will always say that our technical analysis sucks. Not really, guys. I know our technical analysis doesn't suck, but what we're trying to say with that is to say that technical analysis comes secondary. Risk management must be your priority, because if you can master your risk management and psychology, your mindset, okay, that's where that's where things changed for me as a trader. It wasn't how good my technical analysis is. I only started turning profitable once I mastered my risk management. Technical analysis, I can tell you guys now, you're going to learn forever. I'm still learning new things on a weekly basis. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't see this structure. Okay, I thought it was a WXY and now it's an ABC. Like, I'm still learning, and I think I will never stop learning technical analysis. But risk management, you need to have that bedded down. And I think that's the biggest similarity between myself and Andy, is that we educate. Firstly, this is a YouTube channel where we educate and teach people how to do this properly. It's an educational channel. It's not a signals channel. Yes, I do share when I enter trades. So some people might say, but it is a signals channel because you're telling us where you're trading. But it comes with so much education. Why am I looking for the trade? Where is my stop loss? Where do I plan to take profits? Comes with a lot of education behind it as well. And then obviously we have our community where, if you want to take it a step further and you want to surround yourself with like-minded people, additional analysis from myself and Andy, private live streams that I am going to start next week again because I was on a break. You want to see the dark side of me where I'm a little bit more aggressive with my trading? Okay. That's where you can join the community, and as always, the link is down in the description. You just send me the word access on my Telegram. Okay, you send me the word access to my Telegram, and then you can get access to our community as well. And you will continue to have access to the free tools over here, because CVD is the only indicator that I use. Lots of berry CVD pouring in here at the moment. So I hope I've answered your questions. Okay. I hope I've answered your questions, Mr. 6816 PB Stack. Right, guys, what I'm going to do... No. I am going to take some profits from my trade. It's hitting the VWAP. And I'm going to protect my position. And I'm taking such a small trade. I'm going to take 30% profits because it's not a big trade for me, guys. I would have, if I went in a little bit more aggressive, I would have taken 50%. It's not worth it for me to take more profits, but at least it's a protected position. So if I get stopped out, I won't lose anything. I'll actually be stopped out with profits. What happened over here? Sorry guys, just give me a moment. I just want to open up one of these accounts. Now you guys can see, look at that rejection from the VWAP. Okay, it's a great profit-taking area. Oh, okay, I see what I did on this account. Guys, I'm trading multiple accounts. Okay, one account is for this, one account is for that. I am saving up for something, so I'm trading the savings account as well. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Yeah, so, I mean, this is the damn front run, huh? Can you believe it? The damn front run. That's why I was just like, no, I have to get in here. I have to take this SFP because this is what happened here. Do you guys remember last night, the community members here in the live stream? I was waiting for that. Waiting to short. I wanted to play this move. There. And then some of the community members were like, no, we're getting in there. That's where they got in. Great. You've been paying attention in class. Sometimes I feel like I don't listen to myself, my own education. Okay, it's a beautiful, valid SFP. Berry CVD building up, SFP from the high. So this morning, I'm not making that same mistake. I got in there. Not exact. I got in about there. Okay. Sometimes you don't catch it perfect. It is what it is. Okay, but I know exactly where to put my stop loss. So this is my trade at the moment. And already took some 25%, 30% profits as price is tapping the VWAP. Ka-ching. But we waited long. I waited long for price to get to this level. Something that I want to see over here. Ooh, it's also rejecting at the 1-to-1 extension. Oh, I love Fibonacci. Who needs VWAP if you have Fibonacci? Right? Because now this is where you can look for shorting opportunities. That is a shorting SFP from the 1-to-1 extension. Because this could be an A, B, C. Whoop, and it falls back down. Let me know, guys, ladies and gentlemen, let me know with a number one, type a number one, if you got in, if you took this trade, and number two, if you did not. Let me know. Just curious to see if anyone actually took this trade. Number one, if you did. Number two, if you did not. Would be interesting to see. I have been talking about it the whole morning. VWAP done, yes, same deal, but I've learned to be patient rather than FOMO. Yeah, great. Ulifeed, oh, always great to see you here, man. Devil, where is your VWAP? What? Where is your VWAP starts? I'm not sure what you mean. Where does my VWAP start? I'm not sure what you mean. Where does it start? As soon as VWAP gets tapped, that's a TP1 for me. Unless I'm misunderstanding your comment. Ooh, wow. Mr. Francis, Olivier, you all took it. Vermilion, Caliber, Asu, KJS Trading. Oh, KJS Trading. You've been here forever, man. Yeah, we've got some OGs here. Mr. Olivier, OG. Guys, I don't remember everyone, but I know Mr. Olivier, I know Mr. KGS. Merzdizd. I never know how to pronounce your username over here. Okay, some OGs over here. One took it, two didn't take it. Took it 4 times. Chigan, Mr. Chigan. There's a lot of ones here. Congratulations, guys. You know, I can't tell you how you need to trade, but I love to pay myself. I did my number. Mark. Hey, Mark. Always here with the great comments. Okay. Just want to say thank you for this great stream. Here's so hi. Absolute pleasure, man. Absolute pleasure. I just want to feel something here. You see, guys, if I don't have my gas heater on, my camera doesn't overheat. But my God, and I'm sitting here shaking and shivering, and as soon as I put this bloody heater on, then my camera's gonna overheat and you won't see my face. Maybe I need to switch the 4K off and put it onto 1080p. Maybe that will help. I don't know. Did you close Devil TP1? I did take profits. Yes, at the VWAP. I did take profits, 30% profits at the VWAP. Okay, I did take a little bit of profits. Yeah, man, guys, I don't have the... I didn't... Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong account. There you go. Yeah, I didn't sniper it the way that I wanted to sniper this trade, but I saw the rejection, the back up. Tiny trade. Yeah, well, at least it's, you know, for me, a profitable trade is a profitable trade. Money in the bank is money in the bank. And if it's a free trade, it's like having a paid-off car, guys. You know, some people ask me sometimes, Devil, what's the best car? And I say, a car that is paid off is the best car. It doesn't matter what it is. A paid-off car is the best car. I don't care what it is, you know. And it's like, we'll look at the 1.236 rejection. And it's also a free trade is the best trade. Because there's no more emotion involved. It's just about managing the trade now. There's no more risk. If I get stopped out, I lose nothing. I actually make profit if I get stopped out. So a free trade is the best trade at the end of the day. Like a free car. The best car is the free car. The best car is a paid off car. Where do you plan to add to your position? I will add to my position if it breaks this trend. So, if price, let me just take the noise here out the chart, clean up the kitchen. If price breaks out, and I'm lucky enough and it comes back for a retest, and it builds that little bullish pennant, okay, that is where I will add to my position. If it breaks out and runs away, I'm not going to add to the position. I'll just take profits at the highs. That's just, okay. I want a retest because I want a better entry. Because I know as soon as I'm going to add to my position here, what happens when you add to this position? I mean, common sense, guys. As soon as I add to that position, it's going to drag my entry up, exposing me to risk. Because according to this trading strategy, the D-line strategy, my stop loss is supposed to go below the low. So if I add to this position and price breaks out there and I add to the position too aggressively, I could expose myself to all of this risk again. Price falls down and I lose all of the money that I just made with this trade. So I can be picky because it's a free trade. I can be really picky about how I want to trade now. I can be very picky. I can say, okay, if it breaks out, great, let it run. If it breaks out and gives me a nice retest, like it bounces here on the trend, because I want my adding to be as close as possible to my entry price, so that when I add, I have less risk. So let's say I add another 1%, whatever the case might be. I want to add just a little bit so that my entry is still protected. Okay. And if it breaks out, then I can de-risk my position. Put my entry over there. So it's nice to be in a position where you have a free trade and you can be picky about how you want to manage this trade now going forward. Okay. Guys, remember, it's not to say it's going to continue up. Price can reject here. Whoops, where's my pen? Price can reject here and take the lows again. I'm still interested in those levels that I've identified to the downside. This can be an A, B, C, takes the low, then gets back up. So I'm still interested in that long if I get stopped out. So you can see trading is persistence. And it's about sticking to your plan. My plan is still to look for the long even if price falls down here, I'm still looking for the long. Already got in, first attempt. This could be an ABC, because that does look like a damn three-wave structure, I must say. Okay, price falls down, takes the low, and I'll be looking for another long. You might be asking yourself, okay, because maybe you joined the stream a little bit late. Let me see if I still have those levels. Yes. If price falls down here, okay, this is why it's important for me to take profits. If price falls down here, this is where I'm still looking for the long. 1-to-1 extension and also the 0.5 Fibonacci. So you guys can see I can have many attempts. Still looking for the long in this zone. If price falls down here. But I have to see the reaction that I've just seen here. I have to see price needs to dip, get back above. I would rather have an entry that's a little bit higher up, but I know exactly where to put my stop loss and I see a sign of strength. Price needs to get back inside of this range. If it falls down here, it needs to get back inside. Because remember the worst case scenario, there's always a bearish case scenario. You can't be overconfident in your analysis. Worst case scenario is 1 ABC, okay, wave 1, wave 2, 1 ABC 2, and it falls in a third wave. It just cuts like a hot knife through butter. This can be a 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5 to the downside. Worst case scenario. That is why I have to see the reaction. If price falls here and I do not see this, I'm not trading, not entering the trade. Another way to do this is to say that, well, I'm not doing, and this is also the benefit of this strategy. And Maria will agree with me if she's still here in the live stream. The beauty about the D-line strategy, which is basically the D-line, is that you do not care what happens here. You do not care. You wait for the trend to break. So if it wants to fall, let it fall. You have an alarm on your trend line. As soon as price taps the alarm, then you pay attention, you make a trading decision. So you stay out of the mess. Especially if you do not know how to trade this, swing failure patterns, because I know that there's still a lot of people, even inside of our community, that struggles with swing failure patterns. And I think for a lot of people, Maria has been an inspiration because she showed everyone that you don't have to trade swing failure patterns to be successful in trading. You can trade the D-line strategy. This was my first profitable trading strategy, the D-line strategy. It is simple. It's very simple. But you need to still stick to your rules. And if you can stick to your rules, it can be a profitable trade. Well, for me, it's a profitable trading strategy, and I still use this strategy today, the D-line strategy. Dear won't even choose his smoothies. There's little seeds. I'm not sure if you guys can see this. I know this is not disgusting. It's just because of all the spices and stuff that's in here. But you can see there are little seeds inside of my smoothie. Blackcurrant seeds. And sometimes, when I use blueberries, there's less seeds. But the blackcurrants have those small little tiny hard seeds that I need to chew. How you find the naked point of control? Dievold, how you find the naked point of control? I use the session volume profile, SVP. Session volume profile. Can you see it when I hover my mouse? When I switch that on, I go to the 1 hour time frame. And then every day has two blue lines and a red line. Every day. Okay. Can you see every day has two blue lines and a red line in the middle. which we refer to as value area high, value area low, point of control. And then I go and look through all the days and I look for the red ones that has not been claimed. That one's claimed, That one's claimed, Okay, this one was from yesterday. It got tapped today. So beautiful SFP got the bounce here to the upside. Also, last night's point of control got the rejection. Look at that. Got the rejection. Price fell down. Price bounced up. So these point of controls are powerful, guys. It's in this day, if you don't understand how it works, is in this day, that is where the most amount of volume was traded. So it provides a bouncing and a rejection area, depending on whether it's up or down. And that is how you get them. If you want more information, because it does go a little bit more in detail, well, that's inside of the community, guys. Also for the community members, if you want more educational stuff about certain things, you can just ask me and I'll make a video and I'll send it inside of the community. Okay, and as you can see, if I start zooming out, you will see I have many levels I can trade. And I mean, the more levels I have, the happier I am, because the more trading opportunities I have. Because I am a swing failure trader, I am a D-line trader, I am a range low and range high trader, I do trade Elliott waves as well, so I have a couple of trading strategies depending on what I see inside of the structure. I'm a support and resistance trader as well, and depending on what I see, I will decide which strategy I'm going to use. Mr. Winston, I have just explained that. Okay. Let's get back here onto the 15-minute time frame. Some selling pressure kicking in here. 1, 2, 3. Now, let's see how it bounces in that zone. Just trying to think of diagonals here as well. A, B, C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I must say, guys, this short here is not easy, okay? Unless you are aggressive with swing failure patterns. Okay? If you are speculating, and I know this is now for the advanced traders, for you that are experienced, like Mr. Joan in Elliott wave theory, you know most probably exactly what I want to say. If this is an ABC, this is not an easy short unless you are extremely good at swing failure patterns. Okay, because you can measure the targets for that C wave. A, B, C. Where did price get the rejection? At a C wave target. So if price forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, that's another target. That's another target for shorting opportunity. But you guys know, this is for advanced traders only, guys. I'm not advocating that anyone needs to trade these levels if you don't know what you are doing. Crypto this, crypto that, what car you got? Viking boat? I have nothing to brag about, to be honest with you. It takes me from A to B. But that is the thing that I'm saving up towards. I want to get myself a new car. At the moment, I drive a Hyundai Getz. But I want to get something with a little bit more muscle and, what do you call that thing with clearance? Because I want to do bushveld trips, and I want to do off-roading, and you know, also the places where I go for my fishing trips. my car's not really made for those roads, so I'm saving up to buy myself something a little bit more rugged and bigger. Okay, so for me it's not, you know, guys, I am not a materialistic person by no stretch of the imagination. I will not buy myself a Lambo or a Ferrari, or I don't need to show off in front of anyone. It's just not who I am. I do, however, like to spend my money on things that I truly enjoy, like experiences and Bluetooth speakers. Fuck, I love Bluetooth speakers. Any sound system, monitor audio, BMW, you know, true hi-fi systems, Marantz, Bluetooth speakers, Harman Kardon. That's my thing, guys, is speakers. I will empty a shop just buying speakers because I just can't help myself. But fancy watches, fancy clothes, fancy cars, fancy houses, it's not my thing. So there's a little bit of my personal life, okay? And my Hyundai Getz is a paid off car. And the one that I'm saving for now is going to be bought cash. This is why I'm saving for it. I don't want to make debt. I want to buy it cash. Dear old, how do you... Okay, I've gone through that. SVP look strategy. Yeah. I think Tankista, I don't think it's that people don't like it. I think people struggle with it. Because I think a lot of people don't realize that you need to do this thousands of times before you get good at it. Because it looks easy when myself and Andy talks about it. SFP here, SFP there, we executed. People are like, fuck, how did you do that? It looks very easy when we talk about it, but if you haven't done it hundreds and hundreds and thousands of times, you are going to struggle with SFPs. So perhaps you just experienced, you've done it many times, but a lot of people struggle with it, because I remember I struggled with it when I first started with SFPs. I struggled with it. And then the more you do it, the better. I closed my long, small profit, ready for an eventual next long. Great, man. Profits is profits. Great. Devil has a paid off car. Yes, I do, Mr. Mark Dutch. You are so right. I do have a paid off car, and that's the best car. Doesn't matter what car it is. I always say any car is the best car if it's a paid off car. Many thanks, dear old. Absolute pleasure. Toyota Land Cruiser. Guys, I'm actually looking at the BYD Shark 6 or 7. I know there's a 7 coming out. That's the one that I'm looking at. So if you have any opinions in terms of what your thoughts are, I know Toyotas are really, really great cars. The reason I don't specifically want to get a Toyota is in South Africa, the country where I stay, people get hijacked. Okay, they basically put a gun to your head when you stop at a traffic light and they steal your car. And Toyotas are the highest risk cars in South Africa. And that's the reason I don't want to get a Toyota, because I don't want to be driving around with fear the whole time that I'm going to get carjacked. So I'm looking at the BYD Shark. That's something that has sparked my interest, I suppose. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm still saving up so I can still change my mind. Also potholes, I must... Yes. It's a lot of it. Mr. Cyril, you're so spot on. That's why I need something bigger, okay? Tired of replacing tires on my car. A little tank. Let's go. That would be amazing. Get the Toyota Land Cruiser. Yeah, I've gone through that. Okay, just buy a Land Cruiser. Perfect. Good for off-road and reliable. Yes. Fishing. Yes, I love fishing. You fish? That's cool. What fish? Any fish. If a fish has gills and it can swim and breathe underwater, I catch it. Okay. My preference is deep sea fishing, tuna, yellowfin tuna, sailfish. That's my preference. Basically sea fishing. But for sometimes when I just want to relax and zone out, I will go river fishing with my brother. We like to do that. In the Vaal River here in South Africa, carp fishing, barbel. That is okay. It's nice. It's still lekker to fish, but it's not as exciting as deep sea fishing for me. What is on my bucket list though is I want to go and do tiger fishing. There is a place here in South Africa, so that's on my bucket list to do next. I've got a Land Cruiser 120, also known as Prado. Yes, I know the Prados. Guys, I really want to get myself a Prado, a Toyota. They are really, really reliable, great cars. But because of the conditions in South Africa, I don't want to put my family at risk by driving a vehicle like that, because they are so high risk from a hijacking perspective. Because the taxis here in South Africa, it uses the, you can go into the technicals. The taxis in South Africa uses the same engine, so that's why they hijack the vehicles. They take the engine out, put it in their taxis. Anyways, so Andy has thrown together 5-6 options in the community. Devilled, which do you think has the best chance? Maybe ask Andy that inside of the community. Ask Andy which scenario he prefers, because I don't want to share Andy's alpha here in this live stream. That's for the community. Okay, I don't think it's fair for people to be inside of the community and then I just spill all the beans here on YouTube. Devilled, could you explain a good SFP price action? Well, I think we just had a perfect example. There's a SFP. It basically takes the low and it gets acceptance back above. Last night was a great SFP for those of you that did get in, because I know there's people that got in. This was a great SFP. And I saw a lot of people got in here. Well done, congratulations. Okay, price dips above, gets acceptance back below. SFP, you get in, you know exactly where to put your stop loss, targeting the lows of the structure or the VWAP. So that's the easiest way that I can explain it. Okay, I am going to do a private live stream next week in the community where I will show more examples of how to execute swing failure patterns. Maybe we can even play one together live on the chart if there's an opportunity. Okay, if you want to be part of the community, guys, you know where to find the link. Send me the word access. There's my Telegram to gain access to myself and Andy's community. That's where all the cool stuff happens that doesn't happen on YouTube. That's where I share my personal trades. Andy is doing some setups now. Next week I'm doing a private live stream. And also you're surrounded by like-minded people sharing ideas with each other, scenarios, chatting, learning. Okay, it's a great place for me to spend my time in as well. So if you want to be part of that community, send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Right. Oof, price might get the bounce back up, yeah. Oh, wrong button. What did I do? Sorry guys, I clicked on the wrong button here. It opened up some stuff. I wanted to open up the comments section. Yeah, well, you can always mount 50 caliber. Yes, Ulifeed, I can do that. I can do that. Just move to Norway. Almost no sign. Carjack here, plus plenty of fishing waters. Gotta run. Thanks for the amazing stream, deal. Absolute pleasure. Thanks, Mark Dutch. Appreciate you being here. And see you tomorrow again. Thank you so much. Promise my neighbors I'd cook them a Greek barbecue tonight. Oh, that's amazing. Greek barbecue. Lovely. Can you catch fishes with a 50 caliber? No praat jy. Ja, Mr. Cyril. Can't praat. BYD will stand out as well, right? It's not about the car standing out. It's about what's in demand. So cars in South Africa, for example, and I'm sure in other countries as well, get hijacked based on demand. So if the engine parts, for example, is extremely high in demand, or people drive a brand of car and there's no parts available in the country, those are usually the cars that gets targeted because they can sell that for a lot of money. Okay, so that's basically how it works here in South Africa. People don't hijack fancy cars. They hijack cars that are high in demand because of certain reasons. Car parts, spares, whatever the case might be. They basically hijack the car and they strip it in an hour. That car is in 1,000 pieces and they sell the parts off. I would get a Cairo and avoid traffic. What if the old Toyota 85 body from the 90s, oof, also at risk? Yeah, a lot of, most of the Toyotas are at risk here in South Africa. Yeah, but they can't use those parts on the Toyota Quantum taxis. Thanks. Yeah, in the UK it's the same. Car gets stolen every 10 minutes. You know, guys, this is not just a South African problem. This is a, you know, it's. I think it's in many countries that this is a problem because, you know, people don't want to work. They want to steal, and they make that their work. Okay, build your dream, BYD. That's why I'm in the Mind Pillar community. Yes. Did you ever consider to move out from South Africa in a more secure and... No. KJ, yes, I have considered it, but I have decided not to. I love South Africa. It's a beautiful country. I think there will always be something about every country that someone doesn't like. Okay, but home is a home at the end of the day. My family is here, my friends are here, my wife's family, friends are here. So there's also a way in which you can live in South Africa to be relatively safe, or very safe. Let me put it that way. You learn the ropes. You know where to go and where not to go. You know, I love South Africa. It's a beautiful country. It has all 4 seasons every single day, you know, in different areas. It has beautiful nature. We have the Big Five. It's a stunning country. We have long days and short nights in the summer. It's a beautiful country to be in. And I'm not going to let anyone spoil that party for me. It's also very cheap to stay in South Africa. I was made an offer to move to Dubai. And no, it just has no soul. It has no nature. It's very expensive. It's 7 times more expensive than South Africa. To put it into perspective, okay, if I buy a beer in South Africa, I can buy 7 beers in South Africa, and I only get 1 in Dubai. It's very expensive to stay abroad. South Africa, and I think that's also why Crypto Banter, you guys know the Crypto Banter channel, I think that's also why they're based in Cape Town, South Africa, because it really is cheap to stay in South Africa, especially if you earn in US dollars. It's a very cheap place to stay if you earn in US dollars, like myself trading in US dollars. It's very cheap to stay in South Africa. I can live a lavish lifestyle. If I had to move to Dubai, for example, I'll live an average lifestyle. But yeah, I'm living like a king. Okay. Understood completely. Home is where the family is. Absolutely. No, it's not. Is killing farmers still a serious issue? No, it's not. I think what you guys read on the news in terms of the people that went to the US, okay, it was really blown up. It was just, I think it was just a couple of people looking for pity. It was a big problem a couple of years ago, but it's not that big anymore. Okay, how's the crypto regulations in South Africa? Very loose, I would say. If you know what you are doing, very loose. You should see India. The taxes you pay here are very high. I have heard a lot of... I have a couple of Indian friends that stay in India, and the one thing they all complain about is the taxes. So, yeah. How is crypto taxation in SA? You basically pay, if I'm not mistaken, you pay capital gains tax. Well, that's not just crypto, that's any investments and stuff. You pay capital gains tax, and that can be anywhere between 17% and 45%, depending on how much you're making. You fall into different brackets. But is halal beer. 30% 1 TDS in India. Okay, very interesting. So guys, I mean, this trade has now played out. Well, it's still playing out. We're still in the trade. I'm just enjoying having fun here inside of the community with everyone. Remember, there will not be this long live stream tomorrow. I will be... Let me check my schedule. Let me just check here something quick. Just want to check here something quickly. Tomorrow is Friday. So, okay. Andy excuse me, Andy will also be inside of the community tomorrow, but I will also be there. Okay. Maybe I'll do a private live stream even tomorrow in the community. Do some education, have some fun together with the community members. I know that there's a lot of community members watching the stream right now, but you know, we want to do something special for you guys because you support us. We support you. Myself and Annie will give you that extra love. Okay, if you want to be part of the community, send me the word access. There's my Telegram. Sign up with one of the exchange partners below, where you get the best deals that these exchanges has to offer. It costs you nothing extra. Okay, people often ask me, David, if I just want to tackle this elephant in the room. Okay, let me tackle this elephant. David, if I sign up with one of these links, with you, Andy, or Matt, if I sign up with one of these links, okay, and I get free access basically to your community by making my deposit and trading whatever, how are you charging me? Okay, the elephant in the room is, remember guys, when you sign up with one of these exchange partners, what happens is you get the best deal that this exchange has to offer because we get special deals from these exchanges. If you Google it, you're not going to get the same special offers. Sometimes they have discount, like Bluffin, for example, has 25% discount on trading fees if you sign up now. Okay. Then when you place a trade, the fee that you know that small little fee that you pay to open up the trade, sometimes it's $1, sometimes it's $2, $5, $10, depending on your position that you're opening. Okay, you will pay that whether you use my link or whether you don't use my link. You pay a transaction fee for opening up a trade. The only difference is when you use my link, I get a small percentage of that fee that you already pay. So you're not paying anything extra. So you support me, I get a small little portion of that trading fee, which is tiny, okay? And then we give you free access to the community. Because you support us, we support you. Also get extended access to the free tools over here. So, nice little breakout here to the upside. Okay, so if you want to be part of the community, send me the word access, and you'll get the instructions on how you can join the community. So remember what I said, guys, I'm only interested in adding to my position if I see a breakout and a retest. No, Andy's not streaming today. He's inside of the community. I'm thinking to buy some BTC for a spot bag, but not sure we're going to have another fall below 60. What do you think, Dewald? I think it's always great to buy the dips, especially when fear and greed is below 10. That is my... So remember, I can't tell you what you need to do. I'm not a financial advisor. What I can tell you is what I do. What I do is when fear and greed is below 10, that's when I buy. From a simplicity perspective. And fear and greed, historically, if you buy below 10, you buy at the best zones. You will never catch the low, but you're buying in the right zone. Okay. The last time I bought was, the last time I bought some BTC on my spot bags was, this is where I bought. Because fear and greed was at 5. So I bought, But when price made these lows, I didn't buy again. Although fear and greed was below 10, I didn't buy again because I still have this position. Okay, it's not low enough for me. So price, I have two rules. Price needs to be below my last purchase. Okay, if it's in a bear market, it needs to be lower, and fear and greed needs to be below 10. That's when I buy. So I can only share with you how I buy and allocate to my spot bags. If I did not buy here, I would have bought here. That's basically what I told everyone during the stream. Guys, I'm not buying here because I bought here, but if I did not buy here, I would be buying here. And if it makes another low with fear and greed below 10, I will buy some more because at least I'm buying the dips and I'm not buying the tops. I'm buying the lowest points of the structure and not the highest point of the structure. In the long term, that makes a big difference. So it also just depends on your investment horizon. Ooh, price is getting a nice little breakout. Love it. We are in the trade. Well, I can only speak for myself. I'm in the trade, making some decent moolah at the moment. It's decision time. What are your targets? VWAP was my first target, and now second target is, I would say, where price is right now. I'm going to take a little bit more profits. Let me do this quick. Taking another 25%. But ultimately, I'm targeting the high. For this trade, I'm targeting the high. But for me, I love to pay myself on the way up. Because you never know, okay, price could fall down. You never know. Best case scenario is it goes up, and then this is where I'm looking for my short. I'm still looking for the short at the weekly level. So long, short. So I want to leave most of my position for higher because I entered with a small little position. I didn't go aggressive, but the 1.618, guys, for me is always a great profit-taking area, and I can just imagine that it's most probably tapping some volume nodes inside of this consolidation area. Just want to see. Our point of control a little bit further up. Point of control a little bit, but I can see the high volume node where it's currently struggling. Can you guys see this? You have a high volume node over there. This is where price is struggling at the moment. Okay. It's also at the trend. It could reject here. It could leave a wick behind and fall down. So this is why I'm taking profits. I'm not closing my position. Okay, just for clarity's sake, I'm not closing my position. I'm just taking a little bit of profits. 25% and another 25%. Right, legends. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. Every hour I take a 5-minute break. Well, it's been longer than an hour, almost 2 hours now again. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break and then I'll be back. I'll leave you with some amazing music and let's see where price is by the time I get back. Remember to smash up that like button.
Silent scream, heart beat loud in the in-between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I haven't met. I've been down where the doubt is loud. I've been lost in the digital crowd. But the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantees, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. Late night glow from a silent screen. Heartbeat loud in the in-between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I have. I've been down with it loud. I've get lost in a digital crowd, but the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantee, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I'll rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway.
From volatility comes victory. Market screaming, headlines full of doubt. I zoom out, that's how kings are mapped out. Short-term noise can't shake my core. I've seen 3 cycles, I've survived the war. They want signals, I want strategy. They want fast, I want mastery. Charts don't lie, emotions do. That's why most fall and a few break through.
Fall, stand your ground through the crash, through the sound. Crown don't drop when the price goes down. Bitcoin wears it world renowned. Hold on, fold, stand your ground through the crash, through the sound. Crown don't drop when the price goes down. Bitcoin wears it world renowned.
All right, legends. For those of you that are live, remember to smash up that like button. I feel like I'm running a marathon here at the moment. Been live for 4 hours and 45 minutes. Let's see how long we can push this. Doing some trading together. And this is typically my day, guys. So this is why I put on the thumbnail, spend the day with me. This is what I do. I sit here, analyze the charts, I enter. I do other things as well. I go to the gym, I walk my dogs, do other things as well. So I'm not just in front of the charts. Usually I set my alarms and I pay attention when my alarms go off. Because I don't have to stare at the candles every day. I used to, but I don't have to. And I suppose that's where most people start off in this game. They just stare at the candles 24 hours, not 24 hours, hopefully not. You need to get some sleep. But for long periods of time. You are doing so well, Devon. Thank you so much. I really like that song. Yeah, that Tomorrow's Edge is most probably one of my favorite songs, guys. My brother did a really good job putting that together. But all these songs that I'm playing here on the live stream is produced by my brother so that I don't get copyright strikes. There is another YouTube channel that I reached out to 2 weeks ago, and I asked them if I can use their music because I really love their music and it's also original, produced by them. They gave me permission to use their music, but now their channel disappeared. I don't know what happened. I can't find them. My sound has disappeared. No, man, it's still coming through. Let me check. Testing. My sound has disappeared. No, it's still coming through. Can still hear it. Oh, I need to smash up my own like button. Remember, guys, for those of you that's just joining, we've got 245 people here. If you're new to the stream, you want to be part of myself and Andy's community, send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. I can take this out. you can see, well, this is the reason I took profits, more profits at this 618, because this is a rejection zone. Okay, these Fibonacci levels are powerful, guys. We got the rejection at the 1-to-1 extension, got the rejection at the 1.236. 618 is a very powerful level. The next one, the 2 extension. So if you're a scalper, you can scalp those levels, but I'm looking for the bigger moves. Yeah, I mean, we're not out of the woods yet, guys. From a 112 perspective, which is the most bearish case scenario, okay, price needs to, where's my magnet? Price needs to take that high. Okay, for now it looks really good as a 3-wave structure. You have a 3-wave structure down and price is overlapping with this structure. It's overlapping the structure. So far it looks great for price to go and take that high. But I always have to consider the most bearish case scenario, which is a 1-2-1-2 and price falls down. So the bulls, once this high is claimed, there's a much higher chance to claim that high because it invalidates the most bearish case scenario. Just want to see what is happening here on this account. I want to take some more profits on the other. I forgot to take profits on the other account because I did place this trade on 2 accounts. Bum bum. Okay, I've just taken some more profits from this other account. Nice. Always great feeling to take profits. Once it's a free trade, it's easy. You just manage the trade. It's to get the trade, get into the trade. That's the hard work. And I like to pay myself for the hard work that I put in. Take that out. Let's leave the trend. I'm going to take this out. And leave that there for now. Okay, now we're just waiting for this trade to play out. So far, I must say, from a D-line perspective, it does look good from a D-line perspective because that body of that... Oops, let me take the magnet here out the way. The body of this candle, okay, closed above the trend. So there's a good chance that we could see continuation to the upside, even with a pullback. Even with a pullback, you could get continuation to the upside. That's usually what I look for from a D-line perspective. People like Maria knows that this is something that I teach inside of my D-line course. By the way, guys, if you want to know more about the D-line strategy, I did make it publicly available. I extracted it from my trading course because it's a whole module by itself. If you go to this YouTube channel, Mind Pillar Markets, and you go to the videos section, okay, let me just make it a little bit smaller here. And I will show you now. I think it's called It's That Simple, this one. My simplest trading strategy. I posted it 1 month ago. Can you guys see this? That is where I go into the details of the D-line strategy. This is the video that Maria told me she watched 20 times and just made notes. Okay. There is a checklist that I talk about inside of this video as well, and the checklist is available inside of the community. If you are a community member, you want access to the checklist, just DM me and I'll send it again. It's basically a checklist that I tick before I enter every trade so that I can manage my emotions and be robotic and manage my position size. Okay, but this is a really great video, guys. If you want to learn to do the strategy properly, I do go into a lot of detail inside of this video on how to use this strategy successfully. Okay. Okay. Right. And if you want access to the community to get the checklist, you can send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join the community. But so far it looks good for continuation. I'm leaving this range here because I want to see what price is going to do when it reacts at this point of control, because this, inside of this range, this is where the most amount of volume was traded. So that's definitely a rejection zone. Okay. I might even place a small little scalp short there to hedge against my long. Hedging is great if you do it right. So 786, you have a 15-minute order block. Do you guys see the 15-minute order block? There's a 15-minute order block right over there. Ooh, price just popped through. Okay, if price rejects here, gets below the 786, I'm going to do a head short. It needs to pull back first. Just for fun, I'm going to see if we can get a little bit of a head short against this long. It does look great for the long to continue, I'm not going to lie. Okay, but that 0. I want to see if the 0.88 was tapped. Yeah, just want to switch on that fib. Oops, that fib level. I'm not too worried about the 0.9. Yeah, 0.8 got tapped to perfection. Okay, it is a rare target, so I must say the probabilities for more upwards momentum is starting to increase, because the 0.8 is a rare target for wave 2. It's not an invalidation. The high needs to be claimed to invalidate the nested 1-2s. Okay, so as long as this high does not get claimed, there's always a chance for a breakdown, or a higher chance for a breakdown. If the high gets claimed, there's a higher chance for continuation to the upside, even with a pullback. Maybe it does this and then it bounces up. Okay, and then this impulse corrects itself. Impulse up, correction down, continuation. Just want to see something here. What is CVD doing? There's still that berry CVD building up. Oof. But the Bybit bros are shorting like crazy people, so there's a good chance that this berry CVD that's building up could get invalidated. I'm just trying to see where it's getting this berry CVD from. It's getting it from the Binance, but it's already played out. So I think there's a good chance to continue the move up. Okay, even with a small little rejection here. So guys, I'm just going to enter a small little tiny hedge here against my long, because I am seeing the rejection here from the 786. I'm just going to enter a small, because, you know, I'm trading against the trend here. Okay, momentum is here to the upside. I'm just entering a small little hedge here against my long. I have the long to pay for the loss, so that's great to hedge at the right place. I have to give the bears the, what do you call it, the benefit of the doubt that what if it says woo to the downside, I get stopped out of the long and then I make profits with a short that I'm entering over here, or that I entered over here. Small little hedge, just a small little tiny hedge. And this is scalping, guys. This is aggressive scalp. Well, 15 minutes are not really scalping, but I mean 2 trades in a day, I would consider that scalping. Need to make this bigger again. There we go. You can use our music too, Devil, without any problem. What abandoned music? Is it on your channel over here? What happens when I click this? Okay, I will go and check that out. Right, it would be great, you know, guys, to have some variety, especially when I do these longer live streams. It would be great to use some nice music that is not going to get copyright strikes, because YouTube will delete the video, okay, and give me a warning. So I need to use music that's not copyrighted, and the non-copyright stuff that you get from websites is crap, guys. It's really crap. My sound is gone. No, why? I can still hear my... it still shows fine. Maybe you just need to refresh on your side. I don't think you can send links. Abandon music. Are you inside of the community? If you're inside of the community, you can just send it to me, or inside of the community in Telegram. Okay, because I think you have to be a moderator in order to send links, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. It is so ridiculous. I lost the entire entry and didn't take profit, and the short I was in, and now I'm in minus. All lessons inside of this game. Guys, I have to stress that this little head short that I took is a tiny position, okay? I'm not really feeling it because I'm seeing the bullish signs. I'm going in very small with a tiny head short over here. I'm realizing that I'm trading against the trend. So, okay, have to be careful not to use up all the profits that I've made with a long. How would you trade if I take the 65k long to take out the high? Where should SL be? How would you trade if to take out the 65k? Where would SL be? It has to be below the low. So if you're playing this D-line breakout, if you're playing the D-line breakout over here, okay, anyways, I can take that out the way. If you're playing this breakout, unfortunately, and this is why I'm waiting for the retest, and if there's no retest, I'm not adding to my position. Okay, you're targeting the highs. I think there's a good chance it could even get to that weekly level. Stop loss has to be below the low. And now you can see the risk to reward is not great, and that's why I'm waiting for the retest. If the retest doesn't happen, then it is what it is. So if price comes back down, okay, then it means I can have a better entry, and then it makes my risk to reward better. So if you're playing the breakout, it's not a great risk to reward, but I think there's a high probability, especially if price takes the high. So it's a higher probability trade, especially if price takes the high, but it hasn't taken the high yet. So this is why I can be picky. Because I'm in this long, I can now be picky how I want to add to this position. I will only add to the position if price retraces and retests the trend, because then my entry is closer to where I entered over here. Okay, then the risk reward makes sense. But if you're entering over here, stop loss, according to the rules of the D-line strategy, which is the video I've just shared, stop loss has to go below the low. You can de-risk your position and say, well, I'm going to put it below this low, for example. So on the 5-minute time frame, you can see that little consolidation area. Okay, it's just how you want to trade this. Then the risk to reward makes sense. You play the breakout. Okay, risk to reward makes sense. The only problem I have sometimes with putting your stop loss over here is that what sometimes does happen is price stops you out and then it bounces. And then you're like, shit, I should have left my stop loss where it's supposed to be. That's the problem. Okay, so you have to decide as a technical trader, what is your risk appetite? You either say, I'm going to take the knock, or I'm going to take that knock. Okay, but it's still getting the rejection here at the point of control, struggling to break through. And this is why I entered that small little head short. Just in case, guys, that 112 can get nasty. And this is why I don't mind this being a very small position. Because this little small position over here can be very rewarding to the downside. Okay, because this can 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5. That's a big move. So I don't have to enter with a lot of capital there for the potential to the downside. And this is why I just entered with a small little position. $0.886 not touched. Let's check that with a magnet before I say something that's not true. Okay, so what I like to do is take my FIP with a magnet and I snap it on to the high, to the low, and then I zoom, and then I zoom, and then I zoom. Yes, I mean, guys, this is, it looks like it got tapped to the dollar, or it missed it by a couple of cents. But I mean, it's close enough where I would say it got tapped. But remember, the 0.88 is not an invalidation for wave 2. If this is a wave 1, and this is a wave 2, the 0.88 is not an invalidation for wave 2. It's just rare to see a wave 2 retrace that deep. So it can go down in a 345. And what I mean by 345 is that just measuring this move from a Fibonacci perspective, the 618 is usually a common target. If I do this, okay, this is where the third wave can extend to. $62,000, let's say $63,000. But I must say there's some bullish signs over here. Let's see, I'm giving the bulls the benefit of the doubt. I did enter a small little hedge short because I understand that the bears can still take control of the situation unless the high is claimed. And I mean, guys, for me, technically, okay, when price gets closer to an invalidation of a specific scenario, for me, that's the best time to enter because you're not going to get a better stop loss. Okay, if I entered in this zone, right, my stop is literally slightly above the high and I'm targeting lower. Because I know 1 2 1 2, this could fall to the downside, okay? And the closer I can get price to my invalidation, the better. it's technically it's common sense. For me, it's just common sense, is that the closer I can get my price to my invalidation, the better, because the less risk I have. So for me, it's worth the shot to enter a short hedge here, considering that there is a bearish case scenario that can spoil the party over here. I'm already in the long, great, but I know that this can spoil the party and it can fall down. So I want to be positioned both ways. I want to make money. If it goes up, I'll make more money, get stopped out of the short. If it falls down, I'll get stopped out of the long, make money from the short. So I play both sides of the fence. It sounds so dirty. And I don't think I would have ever taken these types of hedge shorts if I didn't understand Elliott wave theory. Now that is the power of Elliott wave theory. Now because I understand Elliott wave theory, okay, I am able to even short a breakout that looks bullish because I understand the bearish case scenario from an Elliott wave perspective. And the closer I can get this entry to the invalidation, the better. The days where I only traded the D-line strategy and I didn't understand Elliott wave theory, I would have just been in the long. That's it. I wouldn't have understood. If price fell down here, I would have been like, oh shit, just another stop out. Okay. Oh, damn. Lost the trade. Okay. Now, because, you know, entry, get stopped out, I wouldn't have known about the possibility of a double 1-2. Now, because I understand Elliott wave theory, it's enabled me to trade better, smarter, because now I can hedge. If I'm in a short, I know where to hedge the long. If I'm in a long, I know how to hedge the short responsibly, because I see the scenarios that could unfold, and which one ever one's going to play out is going to, you know, just print the money into my account. Mr. A Trader, welcome, man. Oh. Hello, legends. Back from the gym and ready to hop on a trade. Nice. I think the best one over here, based on where price action is most probably the short, because the invalidation is the closest. But I must say, price is pushing with some green volume kicking in here. So there's a chance for continuation. Not an easy one. Okay. 0.886 not touched. I just checked that. What is your SL in this above 61.5? My SL, yes, for the short is literally above this high. There's my SL. Above the high. Not at the high, slightly above the high. Because to invalidate the 1, 2, 3 to the downside, price has to take the high. And this is why my stop loss is slightly above the high. If that is the trade that you are referring to. Okay. Devil, I have a problem with this push. The volume is not increasing that much and it's already showing weakness. You have to remember that this can be the first wave inside of a bigger move. So you have to remember that in waves, impulsive structures moves in 5 waves. Okay, you're a little bit ugly. It moves in 5 waves. This wave usually doesn't have a lot of volume, but that's where the magic starts. This wave has the volume inside of it. So what you're seeing there at the bottom could be this wave. Okay, the volume is still coming. So what could happen here is that this is your wave 1. It forms a 2 and then it goes up for the 3, and that's where you see the volume. So volume can sometimes be misleading, but if you understand Elliott wave theory, you know that the volume could still come. So I'm not going to let volume scare me out of a trade. I'm still executing my plan. Okay, because this could be, I'm not saying this is going to play out, guys. It's just speculation at this point. This could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that's where the volume comes in. And then the volume starts increasing in that move. And you're like, oh man, I missed the long because I got scared out of volume that is decreasing over here. Because the most volume sits in the third wave, not in one. I need to, I don't know if my camera is going to switch off again, but I need to switch on my heater, guys, because I'm starting to get very cold here in my office. Next time when I do this live stream, I will wear a tracksuit so I don't have to put on my heater. It's just more comfortable to wear short clothes, I suppose. Value area high of the whole bottom 2. Let's see here on the 15-minute what is cooking. I'm not sure which value area high of which structure you guys are referring to. Okay. Oh, I just need to clean up the kitchen. Let's do this. Can delete that. Okay, I just want to clean up the kitchen over here. Let's go. Oh, I see. This one. Struggling here by the value area high. Yeah. So definitely a shorting opportunity. Definitely a shorting opportunity. It is breaking the D line. So there's a chance for continuation. I have to consider, for now, this structure to the downside is a 3-wave structure. And there's overlap between this structure and this structure, which increases the probabilities of taking that high. This is why I'm in the long position. Most bearish case scenario, 1, 2, 1, 2 invalidation is taking that high, and price falls down in a 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. And this 3 can nuke to the downside. Third waves are the most explosive, carry the highest amount of volume. Okay, so the bulls needs to claim that high. They need to claim that high to invalidate the nested 1-2s, which is the most bearish case scenario. But yeah, I can see where price is struggling at the moment is the value area high. But it looks like it wants to break out. Wave 4 of a diagonal can be a triangle. No. No triangles are allowed inside of a diagonal. No flats or triangles are allowed inside of a diagonal. Not allowed. Good question though, because I get that confused sometimes as well, and sometimes I need to speak to Joan. I send him a private message to say, Joan, just remind me of the rules. Can this happen? This happen? He's like, no, only this and this and this. So Joan does help me. Joan is inside of our trading community. He's very, very good at Elliott wave theory, better than me. So sometimes I ask him for some advice and help because he remembers the rules better than me. I sometimes forget the rules, okay? And then I just have to check in with him. But I remember Mr. Jones told me this because I asked him this question a couple of months ago. Because I was looking at a nice little triangle, a diagonal, and I had a triangle inside of the 4th wave, and the first thing he pointed out was, no, not allowed. So now I will not forget. Wave 5's volume shows normally lower than wave 3. Correct, most often. You see less volume in wave 5 than in 3. Wave 3 usually carries the highest amount of volume unless it's a C wave. Usually C waves, they are very deceiving. A C wave can have the highest amount of volume in the 5th wave. I have seen that in corrective structures. Asking because there is Untapped liquidity at 64.5 in 12-hour class note. Yeah, guys, liquidity doesn't always have to be claimed. All of the liquidity doesn't always have to be claimed. I have seen liquidity being front run many times. Like you're waiting for a long or a short and there's like a nice little liquidity pool and price just reverses and you're like, why? It didn't grab the liquidity. I've seen that happen many times, and that's why I just follow my plan. It's nice as a confluence layer to look at liquidity to see where the high pockets are for potential reversals and bounces, but I don't use it to make a trading decision. I use it as confluence. I'm in short. Let's see. It's like I said, guys, this short that I've entered is a hedge against my long, and it's a small position. It does look better for the bulls at the moment. The long for me was way more interesting than the short. The short, I'm just giving the bears the benefit of the doubt, because as long as that high does not get claimed, price can fall down. Okay. Never mind, just answered my question. No problem, man. When you put the stop loss above the previous high on the short, do you have a certain percentage above the... No, guys. No. This is... I think don't overcomplicate it. Okay? Don't overcomplicate it. If this is my trade, okay, let's do this. Use your tool. I love to always use this tool when I enter a trade. Let's say you caught it exactly there, your entry. Okay? Stop goes above the high. There's no like, oh, it has to be this percentage or this percent. If that high gets claimed, there's a higher chance to go and claim that high. Okay? So basically, you want to get stopped out of the short if that high gets claimed. The worst thing you can do is leave it slightly below that high, because that's still a valid wave 2. So you want to make sure, okay, that the high gets claimed, and this is why I always put it a little bit above the high, so that if I get stopped out, I know it's invalidated. Because sometimes what happens is, okay, let's do this. You put your stop loss a little bit below the high, because you want better risk management, okay? It's just that little tippy sticking out there, and then what happens is price pushes up, or it stops you out, and then it falls. Because it's still a valid wave 2 target. If this is a 1 and this is a 2, wave 2 can retrace 99% of wave 1 and still fall to the downside. And this is why above the high, I want to make sure that it gets invalidated. How high above the high, that's up to you, as long as it's above the high. Ooh, is that short going to play out better than the long? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. It does look a little bit 5 wavy here to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a valid 5 wave structure. 3 wave correction, continuation. Let's see how it plays out. Any chance you check gold, devil, please? I'm not sure if I want to look at something else at the moment. Okay, this is a Bitcoin channel, and I don't want to jump onto another commodity or something right now while we are trading this, and then people leave the stream, because I need to think about the broader audience. What I could do is I could post some analysis for gold inside of the community after the live stream. Or maybe just ask Andy to do some gold analysis inside of the community. If Dylan hasn't done that already. We do have an altcoin trader inside of our community as well that trades altcoins. Using a specific strategy, you can trade any altcoin. We do have Mr. Dylan, which is really good and very profitable in trading altcoins. To be part of the community, send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join our community, because when I'm not on YouTube, I am inside of the community. Any book would you recommend, Legend, to learn the rules and waves theory with? What is it called? Wave Theory by Robert Prachter. Can't remember that. I think that's the name. Someone shared it yesterday inside of the community as well. I think it's Wave Theory by Robert Prachter. You can just ask ChatGPT, okay? And you don't have to spell it. You can just tell ChatGPT, what is that best-selling Elliott Wave Theory book by Robert Prachter, and he will give you the book. I think that's one of the best books I've ever read and still have and still refer to. And the reason I sometimes ask Joan is because I just get lazy to go through all the pages to find the rules and stuff like that. It's better just to ask someone that knows. In the short, small profit, getting on the nested 1-2s. Oh, yeah. So for me, I am protecting my short position and I'm taking some profits. So now I'm playing it in reverse. I'm doing exactly the same like I did with the long. Take profits from the short, protect position, because this is what it's about, guys. So now I'm in a position where I'm hedged and both trades are in profits. So it doesn't matter which way price goes now, I'm making money. That's great. It's a great position to be in as a technical trader. It's a beautiful position to be in because I know, for example, Andy is in this short. Andy is in this short and he's in a long year somewhere. Can't remember exactly where. That's a beautiful position to be in because you don't have to do anything here. You're making money either way. He's already taken profits from both trades. It's a beautiful position, and I'm just simply doing this now on the smaller time frames. I'm using the same principle on the smaller time frames. There's no better position to be in with a long from the bottom and a potential short for a nested 1-2 to the downside. And now that price has fallen here to the downside, I've taken profits, and I've taken profits from the long. Both positions are protected, so it doesn't matter which way price goes, I'm making money either way. I love it to be in a proper hedge. Always great. Yeah, by Frost and Prachter. That's the one. Yes, you are. Paul, thank you so much for sharing. That's it. Elliott Wave Principle. Sorry, not by Frost and Robert Prachter. Hi, Devil. Would you say I can be profitable trader only using moving averages? Because it's simply the easiest. You need to find the trading strategy that resonates with your personality. You will never hear me say that a specific trading strategy doesn't work. Any trading strategy can work. It doesn't matter how simple it is. Moving averages, breakout strategies, patterns, bull flags, whatever strategy resonates with you and is easy for you to understand can be very successful if you backtest it and you build rules into that strategy. If you're going to be cowboy about it, for example, and then you open up a 100x position with your whole account, then a 50x position, then a 25x, you're all over the show. Then you're adding to position, you're moving your stop loss, you're not following your rules. You're being a little cowboy, a little bitch, okay, about your trading strategy. No strategy is going to be successful. It doesn't matter how difficult and how easy the trading strategy is, you're going to struggle. Elliott Wave Principle, Prachter and Frost. Yes, that is the one. That is the one. Great book. Andy also has a book. I have a book. Great book to have. Thanks, Devil. Absolute pleasure, man. Remember to smash up that like if you guys do enjoy the education. I've been here. Let me know with a 1. Okay? If you've been here since the beginning of the stream. Because that means that you've been here with me for 5.5 hours. Let me know by typing 1 if you've been here since I went live. Because I know some of you joined, dropped off, joined again. But if you've been here with me for 5.5 hours, congratulations. Okay, let me know. Ooh, Simple 3 Jack, Flip, Diesel. Wow, Mr. A Trader, so hi. Mohammed, great. Diehards, do you guys not have a job? What do you do here? Right, I suppose you're listening to me like a podcast in the background, right? Okay, still doing your programming or work while you have me there on in the background, +1. Well, I just want to say thank you so much for being here with me for so long. I can't believe that you guys are still with me after 5.5 hours. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Right, I really appreciate the support, the love, and being part of this great community, learning, sharing education. And I'm sure a lot of you are community members as well. And because I know sometimes the names here on YouTube doesn't correspond to what's inside of our Telegram community, so I don't always know exactly who's in the community and not in the community. I'm at my home office. It is great to work from home, I must say. Okay, but it does take discipline. You need to discipline yourself so that you actually do the work. Right, I'm working while watching you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Trading is the job. Great. Are you a full-time trader? That would be an interesting question, guys. Who here is full-time traders? Let me know. If you are here and you're a full-time trader, you do nothing else except trading, let me know in the comments. That would be an interesting to see if anyone here is a full-time day trader or a swing trader. Doesn't matter what trader you are. If you're a full-time trader, let me know. Why did my comment stop? Wow, Lawa. Clicking on the wrong button. Don't tell my boss. Good job, sir. Do XD. I'm on my free week from work. Okay, nope. I'm unemployed. What? There's still the ones coming through. No, not me. Yes, full-time trader. Probo 9264. Wow. It's not often when I see full-time traders. Yes, sir, I'm full-time with you and Andy as my coaches. Just started learning for a few months. Great. I'm on holiday. I'm homeless. I'm a homeless trader. I trade every day, but I have a full-time job as well. Yes, full-time. Stephen Farrar. So the one comment that I want to make is that the one thing that I have noticed in full-time trading, because I used to trade for 2 years doing nothing else except trading. 2 years. Just trading for my expenses and things like that. The one thing that a lot of people don't realize that are not full-time traders, that it is way easier to trade when you have something else. There's less emotion involved. Because when you're a full-time trader and you have nothing else, there's an extra layer, and I'm sure the full-time traders here will agree with me. There's that extra layer of pressure. If I don't get X amount this month, I can't pay my bills. So that extra layer of stress can let you sometimes stuff up. Maybe there's 3 days left before your debit orders go off your account and you haven't placed a trade in the month, or you've just been breaking even, so you start stressing and you make a mistake. So being a full-time trader, I just want people to realize that are not full-time traders, is not all what it seems. It comes with an immense amount of stress when it's your only form of income. Trading can be a lot more successful when you have an additional stream of income, because you have a safety net. So when you trade, you're not trading out of desperation. And I'm sure the full-time traders here will agree with me that it is easier, and you most probably make more money when you know that there's an additional stream of income. And that's what I have found. Whenever I have an additional stream of income besides my trading, I trade with less stress, less pressure, and I have more successful trades. I make more money. It's such a conundrum when I only have trading to fall back onto and I have no safety net. I mean, I've done that successfully for 2 years, even up until now. But now I've got additional streams of income. Trading is not my only stream of income anymore, so I can trade a little bit more relaxing. So let me know, the full-time traders here, if you can resonate with that, or you think I'm smoking my socks. That's just something that I've personally experienced. I'm a full-time elite trader on 2 exchanges. Ooh, we have a lot of full-time traders here, actually. Devald, when do we enter long since it's retesting? I would say, I want to just see a sign of strength over here. Bullish CVD played out. I just want to see this. There's bullish CVD, three confirmations, so there's a good chance for a bounce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-wave structure up. I just want to see this third wave. I just want to see something over here. It went very deep. That can't be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, but I'm giving the structure the benefit of the doubt. Okay, maybe this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's a way to count this as a 5-wave structure. So from a simplicity perspective, FIP from the low to the high. If this is a wave 1, so from a bullish case perspective, if this is a wave 1, it's going to form a 2 and a 3, 4, 5 to the upside. Most common target zone, unfortunately it's a little bit of a big zone, is the 0.5 to the 0.7. Okay, it also aligns very nicely. Where's my pencil? It also aligns very nicely with this consolidation area where price can provide support. So I would say this is a good zone to add to a long. Obviously, the lower you can get it, the better. Okay. I would personally love an SFP from that low, but I might not get it. Because the beauty about this long now at the moment, this is now the beauty about this long, is that even if I add to my long position, yeah, I have my hedge short. That's the beauty about being in the hedge at the moment. So I would say this is this, to keep it simple, I can't give you a specific level, but this is a zone where I would add to my position. Ever so slightly, so I can still have a protected position. And depending on where you entered here, remember, if this is a wave 1, wave 2 can retrace up to 99% of wave. This is a rare zone already for wave 2. This is the most common zone where you want wave 2 to bounce. So you could add to your position to have your entry in this zone and still protect it. You do have the risk of being stopped out for continuation back to the upside without that low being claimed. So I leave it up to you as a technical trader. That's your decision. Where you want to add, how much you want to add. Because if you are in the hedge, the beauty about being in this hedge is that if you add to this position and it drags your entry up, oops, and maybe it drags your entry up a little bit. Okay, maybe you add 50% of the position you already have, it just drags your entry up 30%, 20%, whatever the case might be, and you're wrong, you're still making money from the shorts. That's the beauty about this hedge at the moment. But there you go, there's your answer. This is a great zone to add, because these are the most common wave 2 targets. The 1 hour didn't leave a body above, guys. Yeah. I am personally not going to add to this position. I'm very happy with where my long is at and it's protected. I'm very happy with that. I did say that I was going to add, but guys, I can change my mind. It's my money, okay? I'm in such a beautiful long here at the bottom, and I'm in the edge here at the top. I'm well positioned. I'm going to make money either way. So I don't think I'm going to add to this position. I don't like how the 1 hour candle closed. I don't like it. I don't like this. I don't like it. On the 15 minute, it looks okay. But on the 1 hour, this looks bearish. So I'm not going to add to my long. Yeah, this looks great from a 15-minute perspective, because then you can adjust your trend a little bit to the pivots, and then the body closed above. So from a 15-minute perspective, it looks bullish. From a 1 hour perspective, it looks bearish. So I'm not going to add to my position. But if I had to add, and I have to be very picky, I would add there. That's it. That's the only zone where I would add. Because I can be picky. Because I'm hedged. I can be picky about this trade. You have a 15-minute order block. Okay, that's a 15-minute order block right over there. So that's the only zone where I will add. Obviously, the further down I can get it, the better. Yeah. I didn't check that 1 hour. That 1 hour doesn't look great. Yes, you are right. Do you own a business? Do you own a business, or what kind of? I used to own businesses. I sold them off. So I have some other things going. Devilled, if there was a fake out with a trend line, it can be, as it did not retouched that line but fell below. Yeah, that is common, more probably scenario short term. Yeah, Olivier, I agree with you. I don't like that the candles are starting to close below the trend. Ideally, what I would like to see, what I mean by a retest, guys, is the best retest for me to long is a breakout and a retest above the trend, and it builds a bull flag. Those are the retests I love the most, and then I play that breakout. It consolidates, it breaks out, and I play that breakout. That's where I add. I love to add over there. But now price is below the trend. I don't like it. So I'm not going to add to this long. But if I had to add to the long, I would do it in this zone. Because their support, you can see the support above the highs. It's support, so it could bounce there. That's the best place technically to add. But I'm not going to. Just, no, not going to do that. I'm happy with the long and the short that I'm in at the moment. Supporting my South African brother, and for entertainment. Full time, baby. Stephen. Parent. Yeah, you guys are absolute killing machines. If you're a full-time trader, I know it's a very lonely game. And this is most probably why you're here on the live stream as well, because that's what I used to do when I was a full-time trader. I watched Andy, I watched some other people. I was inside of the Discord community and Andy's community. Because it gets very lonely. You sit here in your office, you wait for the trade, the alarms are not going off, and that's what you do every day. You just wait for the trade, you wait. It's a very lonely game from a trading perspective. And then I started joining a community, and then I had people to talk to. I had like-minded people to talk to. That was great. People that speak the same language, Fibonacci, Elliott wave theory. Okay, it was great. And that's why I joined the community, even as a successful trader, because I think there's a lot of people that think, no, you only have to join a community when you're still learning. I joined a community when I was a successful trader already, because I got lonely. I had no one to talk to. I had no colleagues. I had no people to bump into the coffee machine or the water machine. It's a very lonely game. Money is not everything. You need companionship. Do you think trend-based FIP time works on smaller time frames? Yes, it works on all time frames. Looks like it's going down. Thank you, Mr. Ulifi, much appreciated. Agreed, 5 waves down. Diewold is also a spiritual coach. Yes, I am. I do spiritual coaching as well. Hey man, do you see BTC coming down? Guys, what I was planning to do, spiritual coaching, it might not be everyone's cup of tea, but if it is your cup of tea, I am not forcing and putting a gun to anyone's head. I was planning to maybe do once a week inside of the community to do a guided meditation. Something that I'm considering doing. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. Maybe it's not part of your religion or your belief systems, but welcome to join me if I do start up those things, okay? Obviously, I would like to continue doing those things without judgment, because I don't judge anyone else's belief systems or religion. Yeah, I think that's something that I would love to do for the community. It's just some meditation, because meditation is just a thing that you do to align, regardless of religious belief. Okay, it's got nothing to do with religion for me. Meditation, it's like brushing your teeth. It's a thing that you do to clean your teeth. Meditation is a thing that I do to center myself for the day. Whether that's prayer for you, it's completely up to you. But I think that's something that I'm considering. I'm just not sure if people will be interested in something like that. Devold, would you add to your short? That is a good question. To learn some meditation from you, Devold, much love. Okay, so there are people that's interested. What religion do you claim? I don't claim any religion. What is the word for it? I'm religionless. I'm religion agnostic. I don't believe in anything, guys, because the word belief is limiting. If you believe in something, anything, religion, belief is limiting. Go check it up. Go check up the word belief in the dictionary. When you use the word belief, you're limiting yourself. So I'm a truth seeker, I suppose. Okay. Some things are true whether you believe in them or not. And by not believing, I'm always open-minded to everything. I'll fall asleep in a minute. I'll go through where I'll add to my short in a moment, guys. If I had to, I'm not... Guys, it's very seldom that I add to a trade. I must be honest. I would say 90% of my trades, I get in and I manage the trade in terms of taking profits. It's very seldom where I add to a trade, because often I feel adding to a trade is a sign of greed. You want to make more. It's a sign of greed. And then often what can happen is you can put yourself in a position where you expose yourself to risk again. So yes, there are ways in which you can safely add to a position. Definitely. And but I don't often do that. I get in, I protect position, and now I just manage the trade most often. I'll fall asleep in a minute of meditation. Hello guys, how are you? I'm late to the stream. What did I miss? What is the current position at the moment? You have missed almost 6 hours, my man. 6 hours. I can't believe I'm in the stream for so long. But remember guys, all of these fun stuff, the meditations, guided meditations, I will even call them trading meditation to set your mindset for the day from a trader's perspective. Okay. I want to also share my smoothie recipe inside of the community. All the fun stuff happens inside of the community and is inside of the community today. And if you would like to join the community, send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. There's a couple of ways in which you can get in. There's once-off payment, lifetime access. There's a subscription model. And then there is the easier way to get in just by trading with one of the exchanges, with the links down below. And make a minimum deposit, which is your money to trade with, and we'll give you access to the community. Stay active in your account and we'll extend your access. I've already explained to everyone how I benefit from this. It's not a lot, but it does show me some support. Okay. Non-denominational If not multi 1-2s, what type of corrective structure do you see? ABC. That's what I see. ABC. I'm just keeping it simple. It could be an ABC. Yeah, it's not an easy one because that fourth wave is massive. But I have to give it the benefit of the doubt is that you have an A 3-wave B, and a C to the downside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 4, 5. I don't know. It's very strange that that low got taken. Okay, or this is an A, B, W, X, A, B, C. Well, it's the same thing, but it's a 3-wave structure. What I don't like, and this is what's a little bit weird for me, okay? Nothing, the market's never perfect, but in this 3-wave structure, it makes more sense for this to be the low. And then it got claimed. Because that structure looks like a 3-wave structure. That's the concerning thing for me. Because if I go here onto the 5-minute time frame, I might have to do 1-minute time frame. Since that high, you see, this is the problem that I see. Do you see that high? I can see a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Unless it's a tiny 4 and 5. Okay, unless this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, you can force a 5-wave structure in there to say that this is the end of the structure, which means that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because if you're counting this as an if you're counting this as an ABC, A, B, C, this has to be a 5-wave structure. So if you're counting that as the 5-wave structure, it doesn't make sense because the low got taken. So you have to end the 5-wave structure there. And this is why I entered the head short, because what actually looks better, I hate to say this, guys, yes, I am in the long and I will benefit from the momentum to the upside. But technically what looks better is that this is a 1 and a 2, and that is a 1 that ended over there. 1 ended over there. And this is a B, C, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5 to the downside. So technically the nested 1-2s based on that shit, sorry guys, crap, looks better. But I'm positioned in both positions, so it would be interesting. I think if I technically had to give the structures probabilities, I would say the nested 1-2s looks better to the downside. But I did take the long because I know that price can continue here to the upside. Is there bearish CVD building up against that pivot? Let's do this. A lot of people shorting at the moment. So the nice thing is CVD is showing me that a lot of people are shorting. There's a lot of people shorting this structure. So let's see if we can get higher. The next short, by the way, guys, the next short that I will be looking at is, let me clean up the kitchen over here. This is the next short that I'm interested in. Or where I'm going to take some nice profits from the long that I'm in at the moment. Let's use a magnet. From the low to the high to low. Okay. weekly level, we have that weekly level. Still the weekly level, but I'm going to give it a zone. Next area that I'm interested in for a short and also a profit taking area for my long is this zone. Because I realized that this structure, as per the beginning of the live stream, and I see there's a lot of you that has been here since the beginning, this can still be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then price makes a correction, then continuation. So I'm still looking for a short here. This retracement didn't invalidate the fourth wave, so it's great. So from number 2 to number 3, this bounce happened at the right place. And this is why I took the long. So, I mean, you can get lost in the technical analysis there on the smaller time frames. One structure looks better than the other structure, but I'm just trading my plan. Okay. The structure is showing me that it's bearish, but the CVD is showing me that it wants to go. And if the bulls can take out this high and stop me out of my short, great. If the bulls can take that high, great. Then there's an increased probability to take the high, and then this is a finished three-wave structure to the downside. Nine more likes and we reach 300. We're not even at 300 likes. That's disappointing. That is disappointing. The like button is bearish. Bitcoin is bullish. If it's nested 1-2s, can you count wave 1 as impulsive? Yeah, I think there is a way to count wave 1 as impulsive. Most probably a diagonal of some sort. A leading diagonal, three-wave structures. Four more to go. How many likes do we have? Let me refresh this. More to go. 313 likes. Oh, thank you so much. Legends, you are absolutely amazing. Okay, you are absolutely amazing. For those of you that has been live with me since the beginning, congratulations, well done. Okay, this has been a long day here in front of the charts. I go to play some tennis. Thanks for the great masterclass. Again, absolute pleasure, man. I did press like. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Helps the YouTube algorithm, gets the channel out there, helps myself and Andy. Refresh, already 305 people watching. That high was overtaken. Yes, it was, but the bulls are not out of danger unless this line, this pivot gets claimed. As long as that high does not get claimed, the bears can still send price here to the downside. So I'm already positioned in the long, like I've shared. I am positioned in a... Before I say that, maybe I got stopped out. Yeah, I got stopped out of the short. I'm not positioned in the short anymore. I got stopped out. So maybe it's time for a new fresh, but I got stopped out with profits. That's a great thing. I got stopped out with profits. So let's see if it's time for another rejection at the 0.8. Yeah. I'm going to give it another attempt. I mean, it's great to be stopped out with profits many times. I mean, why not? Invalidation is so close. I'm going to give the bears the benefit of the doubt. I am positioned in the long, so... Right. So, I mean, for the bulls, they need to take that high to see continuation to the upside. As long as that high is not claimed, the bears are in control. And this is why I'm giving it another shot. because this one was a nice profitable one. I entered here, took profits when price was here, as per the stream, protected position, got stopped out with profits, and now I'm having another attempt. Okay, if I get stopped out, that will be a small little loss. Okay, I'm still in profits from the long. I made profits from the short. If I get stopped out with a loss over here, it's small compared to the profits that I've already made. So happy days. The long is very nicely in profits, I must say. The long is very nicely in profits. Doom, 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 doom. $331 likes. That is amazing. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the love that you guys are sharing here with the like button. If you are new to the stream, subscribe for future notifications. This is where I do pure technical analysis based on how I approach and trade the markets. Most of my time is spent inside of the community when I'm not on YouTube. If you want to be part of our community, myself and Andy are live together. You'll see there's a picture of myself and Andy there, are live together here managing this channel. Andy is spending his time inside of the community today. If you want to be part of the community, send me the word access. There's my Telegram. I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. There's many ways in which you can get into the community. So, the bears are fighting, holding on by a thread. The bears are fighting the structure, I must say, technically it does look better as nested 1-2s, but I'm giving the bulls the benefit of the doubt. Okay, because remember guys, if you zoom out, you can get lost in this. Okay, you can get lost in this. Sometimes you need to zoom out. Okay, and look at the structure. Let's just clean it up. Let's clean up the kitchen and say, there's a chance. You have your 1, your 2, you have your 3, your 4, and it can go and reject in the orange box where I'm looking for the short. Fourth wave has not been invalidated. Okay, let's just take stock of where we are from number 2 to number 3. Fourth wave bounce between the 0.5 and 0.382, which is fourth wave targets. Perfect for fourth wave targets. That is where you want to see your fourth wave bounce. Invalidation for your fourth wave is the 0.618. Invalidation. This is why, I'm just explaining to you why. Why did I enter the long? Well, this was based on this scenario. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chance looking for a short. Okay. Yeah. Bearish case scenario is 3 is over here, 4 is over here. I don't want to create too much confusion. 5 is over here. Okay, and this forms a larger maybe a larger corrective structure. Maybe this forms a larger corrective structure, but still gets the bounce back to the upside, invalidating the fourth wave over here. But then this bounce has the potential to go much higher and not reject in this zone. And this is some of the technical analysis I went through during the beginning of this live stream, discussing what I want to see. Where the bounce happens will determine how I manage my trade. For the moment, I'm in a long over here, SFP from the lows, and I'm in a short over here, stop above the high. Because most bearish case scenario is that this forms a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, and it takes the lows. That's the most bearish case scenario. So I'm giving the bears the benefit of the doubt. I am hedged perfectly. I've already got, anyways, you guys know the deal. Okay, what happened here? Well, that's day trading, guys. That's the day in the life of me. That's how I day trade. That's how I look at the structures. Today has been a little bit more aggressive, okay, because I'm trying to show people how I do this. Usually I take less trades during the week, but because I'm live, I'm being a little bit more active with my trading account. What is most important is for the bulls to take this high. Once this high is taken, it invalidates nested 1-2s, which is the most bearish where price takes the low, but it can still form. ABC can give you a wave A. It forms an ABC wave B. So it still rejects in that zone. So I'm still looking for the short in the zone, even if it forms a larger corrective structure and it comes down for a C wave and it forms a larger corrective structure. Still looking for the bounce, still looking for the short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, still looking for the short, still looking for the bounce. Can you guys see? It doesn't matter how I count it, my zones of interest are the same. Okay, most bearish case scenario is nested 1-2s. And that is basically got to do with this structure over here. And you might be asking yourself, how can it just fall to the downside? Well, it is this structure. Okay, A in a 3-wave structure, that's a wave A. This is a B, C, which has to be a 5-wave structure. And then price falls to the downside in a C wave, and that is B. So you have A, 3-wave B, 5-wave C to the downside that comes and eats up all these lows. That's the most bearish case scenario. And for price to get here, nested 1-2s makes sense. That's the way that it can get there, nested 1-2s, because they get very aggressive. Okay, so if price is going to come down here to $59,000, nested 1-2s makes sense. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Okay, that third wave can really extend. You guys know how that third waves can be brutal. Okay. And that is basically the technical analysis in a nutshell, guys. There's not more else to analyze over here. So let me go through some more comments. Seems like it's completed an expanding flat for wave 4. And we have started wave 5. Yeah, that would be nice, where I'm looking for the short above the weekly. I would... Stephen, I would consider an SFP from the high. 65, yeah, I would consider an SFP from the high. Definitely. Also that 0.61, the 0.886, where's that fib? So, 6. Oh, there, you basically mean an SFP from this high. Yes, definitely. But also a little bit higher up, I will also consider an SFP from the 0.886. Weekly level, or basically what happened this morning. It literally just dipped below and it got acceptance back above. So that could also happen where price pushes up. It front runs the damn weekly level again and it rejects. I'm going to be ready for that one this time, but I think there's a good chance it's going to smack the daily level this time because it already got front run. Right, legends, thank you so much for staying with me on this live stream. Remember, myself and Andy will be active inside of the community tomorrow. That's where you'll find me. Send me the word access on Telegram if you want to be part of the community. I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. I really appreciate every single one of you. I have been live for 6 hours and 3 minutes. I'm going to call it a day. I need to go and do some other things as well. Okay, like brush my hair and comb my teeth and get in a bath and, you know, just have some me time, I suppose. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Before I go, want to quickly answer the super chat. Just want to say thank you for this great stream, Heso. Hey, absolute pleasure, man. Absolute pleasure. I will try and do this at least once a week. That's my commitment. I will try and do these longer live streams at least once a week. We'll see how it goes. Maybe not 6 hours, maybe 3 hours or 4 hours. Okay, but 6 hours has been a long time here in front of the screen. And but thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate every single one of you. For the community members, I'll see you inside of the community tomorrow, and maybe there'll be a little private live stream. I'll see how the day progresses, but definitely next week, if not tomorrow. Have yourselves an amazing Thursday. Until the next one, cheers for now.